What is going on, everybody? Welcome one, welcome all to something we have seen many, many times, though there's a couple things I want to add to this, so let me quickly copy and move over. Make sure we've got alerts going. Chat window is not going to be much help in this specific instance, but that is okay. More importantly, we are here for the randomizer, which I'm going to double check and see how that looks. Yes, that window looks good on my end. So if you've not seen an Ocarina of Time randomizer, I'm surprised you're here, honestly. The TLDR is basically, it's a way of putting a classic spin, or a new spin on a classic game that a lot of people like playing. So without further ado, wasting any more time, these are the settings that we're going to be doing. They're kind of hard to read, but unfortunately, in trying to extend this window, it doesn't actually, like, make the text bigger, which is kind of stupid. So, not much I can do about that, so I'm going to read them out loud instead. For our settings, the forest is going to be open, as well as the Kakariko Gate and the Door of Time, which basically means that we do not need to have beaten the inside the Deku Tree. We do not have to give Zelda's letter to the guard, and we do not need the spiritual stones in order to go and get the Master Sword. I'm setting Zora's Fountain to normal. This means that we'll need to get Ruto's letter in order to move King Zora, both as a kid and then also subsequently as an adult. Gerudo Fortress is set to fast, meaning I need to only free the first Carpenter, because to be quite frank, doing the other four would just be a giant waste of time, and those keys are not shuffled in. For the Rainbow Bridge, it's the same as it is in Vanilla. You need the 6 medallions in order to get inside of Ganon's Tower, and again, medallion count is all 6. I have the option to skip Ganon's Trials, though I may have to go in there anyway, depending on what is in the chests, but they're not required to be beaten. So, we may not necessarily, potentially, like on my last seed, have to go through any of them, because I had all the stuff I needed to beat Ganon anyway. Dungeon rewards can be anywhere in the world, so bow, megaton hammer, slingshot, all that stuff can appear anywhere. The songs are shuffled only by location, so the songs themselves still in the same place. They will just be shuffled within their set of 10. So Zelda's Lullaby might be where the Song of Storms is, that kind of thing. The membership card is shuffled as well. With the inventory settings, I'm starting with the Ocarina and the Sword, namely just to speed things up a little bit, since this will probably just be a one-off. The shield, let's be honest, if there's one thing that people won't complain about, it's me starting with the shield, because otherwise I'd just be grinding up 40 rupees, and no one wants to watch that. I'm also going to start with the maps and compasses for each dungeon, so that'll get a little bit more variety in what we can find in the dungeons, potentially, because that will give 2 more checks for everything else. Also skipping Child Zelda, this means that I do not need to do the stealth section with the guards. It will also mean that I will default get whatever Zelda's Lullaby turns into, so I will start with a song. I'm not going to start with consumables or full wall, and Ganon's boss key will be inside of Ganon's Tower. I only need to do 1 Kuko with Anju, only 1 Big Po. Again, we're skipping the stealth, the Epona race. I still need Epona's song to use Epona, but skipping the race itself, as well as the tower escape. As for the Gossip Stone hints, they are going to be clear and very strong, but I do need the Stone of Agony so that the Stone of Agony will actually have a, use, which is always nice. The item pool will be balanced, but there are some extra ice traps. That just means that it's not going to be a bunch of items that are potentially useful or a small amount. It will be average, but there will be more ice traps than normal, so some of the dud traps will be replaced with those. I'm not doing any of the detailed logic settings, and I think that is largely it. The one other thing I want to check is Rumble is not enabled on my controller, which is good, because I don't want to deal with that. And with that being said, let's go ahead and generate a seed, which means once I can move this, you'll see this little set of icons will change. And I'll play the victory music. So let's close that randomizer setting. I'm not going to be using a tracker. I'm going to be going straight from memory, as well as the file that they give you, because each game will give you a file saying, like, hey, here's where all the items are. I will not be using that. Since we're on windowed mode, if I tried to pull it up, you would obviously know that I'm doing that. So, like, it'd be pretty obvious to tell if I was cheating or not. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. I did randomize, well, not randomize the colors for the tunics, but some stuff is randomized, like the sword slashes, but I didn't want to stay there for too terribly long. It's also set up to where I can use the D-pad as well as the C buttons, so that'll be a little bit less of a headache. Because the Door of Time is open, that would automatically give you the Light Medallion. The reason I have the Force Medallion is that it picks one of either the medallions or the jewels to give you at random. So the one I got was Force Medallion, and the song I got in replacement for Zelda's Lullaby is Epona's song. So that will give us a few checks going forward, which is good, because with the Force Medallion we can get whatever the Prelude of Light will have changed into. I will do my best to distinguish between referring to what's vanilla and what's not. Usually I'll just say by, like, either default or vanilla or whatever. So if I say vanilla Prelude of Light or default Prelude of Light, that means where it is in the de facto game. And with that said, let's get on with it. I may not need the money right away, but we will see. It's also entirely possible I just get a boatload of money super early on, and as a result, then me trying to backflip for money was worthless. So yes, this is very much like a baby seed. It's not too terribly difficult. I do have the stuff like the sword and the ocarina. Normally, for like a proper one, quote unquote, you wouldn't have either of those objects. You would basically just start with, again, one of the songs, maybe. Some people might leave the stealth section in, but, like, the stealth section itself isn't randomized, so... That's kind of the reason I would turn stuff off like that, is it's just, like, it's busy work that doesn't change at all. Like, the reward's not gonna change, so, like, you know. Despite not having to grind for the shield, I am still going to want to try and pick up 40 rupees for whatever the first Deku Stick upgrade is turned into. And very quickly I'm going to check a setting, and I'm not going to cheat. In fact, it won't even take that long, so... Alright. There's no way I could have pulled up the guy that fast. There's no way. So. Plus, that'd be a little sad if I was cheating already. Like, there's still plenty of options to find stuff at this point. Gonna bother to pick these up because I actually found out something you can do with Deku Nuts semi-recently that I didn't know about. I did also up the climbing speed, but that's, again, because nobody wants to sit there watching me climb. If we were doing that, we'd be playing Twilight Princess. But one of the things that the Deku Nuts can actually do is damage Ganon. Not Ganondorf, Ganon. Like, the final boss of the game, Ganon. Yeah. Found that out the other day, where somebody was playing it, didn't want to waste their magic on firing light arrows at him, which is like, okay, fair enough, and didn't have the hammer or the big Goron sword, which is normally what you would use, so I looked it up, and it was like, oh, Deku Nuts can also damage this guy, and I was like, can they though? Yeah, no, turns out they can. They can damage him, which is crazy to me. That stayed vanilla. And for the record, yes, the Skulltula rewards are shuffled. The only one that's not is the 100, but that's one that's not ever shuffled, so... But 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, yeah, those are all shuffled. I also have this set as well to do double damage. I forgot to mention that as well. So every enemy will do double damage. Mostly because I forgot to turn that setting off from when last time I played, and no big deal. So. Means I need to be a little careful on the gold Skulltulas, because that means that they would do 2 hearts of damage. Yes, even with that, because I have no magic to use Nehru's Love. I don't know how that didn't damage me, but okay. I'm gonna intentionally take a hit from this guy just to make sure I'm actually... Okay, yeah, I am taking damage. That was really weird it didn't do it just then, because that was not a trick to avoid damage that I was trying to pull off. It just happened for some reason. But yeah, those guys normally do half a heart, so if he's doing a full heart, then yes, it is still set to double. Kind of worked in my favor because I was actually kind of scared to make the jump to kill that Skulltula, because if I had somehow gotten hit by him, then I would have died. Alright, we'll reset to get out of here. Another small thing I changed, and it's more of a quality of life than anything, as you've noticed with the Skulltula thing, is it doesn't pause the game when I pick a token up, and it also shows how many tokens I have on screen, so I don't need to keep going into my pause menu to be like, how many tokens do I have here? Which I guess technically makes the game go faster, but, like, I don't think anybody would complain about that. Let's be real. Like, nobody wants to be stuck in midair seeing, like, the, hey, you killed the gold Skulltula, here's the token proving you destroyed it. No one wants to watch that. There aren't currently too many settings on this particular version of the, randomizer, so that's why stuff like the songs aren't shuffled in terms of like what music you're hearing right now. Otherwise, I definitely would have shuffled that for sure. You can get some very comedic things as a result. I think my favorite being hearing the horse race during the boss fights. That one's probably my favorite. So we've pretty much cleared out Deku Tree. The only 2 drops we can't get in there currently are the 2 that are going to be the Goma drops. One for the Piece of Heart, and one for... Piece of Heart and Vanilla, rather. And one for the, Rupees, thank you. And one for the Kokiri Emerald in Vanilla. Not too terribly much else we can do in here, as we have no slingshot nor bombs. There's also a slight change to this minigame as well, which is just that you only have to go through 1 set, and it only goes to 5, so we won't be sitting here for 5 hours. Which is good, because I'm bad at this game anyway, so... And also because it's an emulator, the C-Stick can be a little picky sometimes, so you can actually hit the right button and still lose. So if you ever see me, like, randomly in a fight switching between weapons when it's like, why would you switch from the bow and arrow to the hook shot or something like that? That's probably why. I probably didn't mean to. there's one other thing we can pick up in this area, and that is whatever Saria's song is changed into. Since it believes we've already done the whole thing with Zelda, we don't have to go all the way there and come all the way back. Alright, I'm gonna bet it's the Bolero of Fire. That is my guess. Booyah! Bolero of Fire. I'm just that good, guys. I always know. No, it was just a hunch from getting the Fire Tunic earlier. Sometimes you get, like, a specific set of items, and you can just kind of feel like, yeah, the game's trying to really push you to do, like, a certain dungeon or temple or area. Usually, in particular, it's the Spirit Temple, but, you know. So when we're adult, we need to make sure to play that song to get in there and get whatever the Bolero of Fire did turn into. Oh, that's what my childhood friend's gonna leave me as her parting memento. Bloopy. Nice. Thanks. So I got a message. Give me a second here. It's the downside with this particular setup. Actually, I have to be careful the P-hats for once. So unless I get a particularly good set of adult items, I'll probably be sticking to a kid for at least a decent amount of time. If I start running low, either A, start running low on stuff I can do as a kid, or B, which is going to be the more likely of the two things, find that a lot of my stuff is barred by needing songs, then I'll switch to adult. Which is going to be likely the more more likely of the two, because we can get Prelude, we can get Song of Storms, and we can get Bolero of Fire, the vanilla versions of those. So that's 3 of the remaining 8 right there. It's a decent chunk. Just pick it up, Link. Thank you. I'm notoriously bad at that game, so I'm glad I managed to pull it off. Congrats on making $5 off a kid by hustling him, Talon. Proud of you. As for the tokens, it'll probably be just like, if it's in the general vicinity, I'll collect it, unless I find out specifically from a hint, like, oh, you need to be collecting the tokens. Like, I'm not going to go too terribly far out of my way for 5 drops, none of which might be things I need. 'Cause at the very least, I'll probably get 10 and 20 naturally, so it's really more 3 drops than it is 5, but we'll see how that goes. Also, yes, there are dogs barking at my window, and no, they have not stopped since the downstairs neighbors moved in. It's great, and it makes me glad that I put my sleeping arrangement in my other room and not in here, because otherwise I would never get any sleep ever. Because their preferred barking time is anywhere between about, you know, 3 p.m. till about 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. You know, totally reasonable and not obnoxious at all. Up to and including the part where they growl in a manner that suggests that they've been possessed by a 1,000-year-old demon. So that's always fun. Maybe I'll find somebody who can bless some water for me and get some holy water. Kill the inner demons that the dog has. Alright, Epona song. I'm gonna say it's the Sun song. I was joking, but alright. The Sun song it is. People are gonna think I'm cheating because I managed to guess correctly twice in a row. It's like it was only a 1 in 9 and 1 in 8, so it's not that impossible to guess. Plus, you saw me generate the seed randomly. You know I didn't just pick it out of the blue and being like, oh yeah, no, this definitely isn't one that somebody recommended to me. If I had a nickel for every time that happened, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's still weird that it happened twice. Well, the good news with the Sun song is if we get to a point where we need to get into Castletown and it's nighttime, we can rectify that pretty easily. Aside from that, pretty much the only thing it's good for is the minigame with the frogs, because you need it for that, and like the one thing in the graveyard where you have to play the Sun song after you kill the Re-Dead. Aside from that, it's more so a quality of life thing. Not the most useless song in a randomizer, though. That probably goes to the Serenade of Water, if I had to guess. Because it doesn't, like, unlock anything. Like, it takes you to Lake Hylia, which is nice, but that's not an area you can't just get to by going there. And I can't get that guy. Even if I could, there'd be no way to get the token without a boomerang. I'm going to assume that's a trap. It could be an actual rupee, but I'm not going to waste my time with it. Because it would only give me 49 rupees, so it's not that big a deal. But that is what the traps get portrayed as, is a huge rupee. Again, it could be a real huge rupee, but if I had a larger wallet and only had 50 rupees, I would probably go and pick it up, but since I don't, it's not that big a deal. Now that we have bomb shoes, we technically have access to a fair few things. Bomb shoes are not considered in the logic, though. Strength upgrade, which is good. We'll be needing that. But yes, this game does follow logic, so it will not expect me to do infinite sword glitch or do weird jumps with bombs or anything like that. No silver scale, but that doesn't mean I can't at least look and see what this object is. Oh, the light arrows. Okay, so I'm going to be needing the silver scale is what they're saying. Gotcha. Yep, it's a beautiful song. It's called The Bolero Fire, except twice as long. And without the second half. It's a working title. One of the other things I did change was the fishing as well. I'm still going to be going for the biggest fish, So, like, that part won't matter, but for the record, I think the requirement for me beating the record is like 6 pounds. I'm going to go for the biggest one anyway, because the other thing I put on there is the ability to instantly catch it, and that's just because I don't want to waste everyone's time watching me struggle with the fish for 45 minutes or using the trick that I've shown before in my other playthroughs of how to catch the fish without actually having to do all the fighting against him part. Of using the lure in a specific way that basically whenever he actually proper bites down on it, he just jumps like right into your arms. And so as a result, you don't have to do the difficult part to that. But that is the one I'm going to go for. And it's probably gonna... No, it actually is going to let me keep that on. Okay, cool. More distance here so I can get him more time to go after the bait. But the idea is like you basically, if you're playing it in vanilla or you don't want the auto catch thing, magic meter, nice. And I set my magic meter up to look like a character screen in Earthbound if they are dead currently, with red and dark red. But yeah, just wiggling the stick back and forth enough to get his attention a bunch, and then stopping right before it gets to you. He'll grab onto it, and then you just pull back and you catch him. It sounds a lot cooler than it actually is, so... So I could go back to Kokiri Village and do a fair few of the Lost Woods things now. But I think I'm going to wait on that for the time being. And we'll just go back there at a later point. Hey, the hook shot. Nice. So with the hook shot and the strength upgrade, if I can find the bow and arrow, then all I would need at that point is either the Minuet of Forest or Saria's Song to get past Mido in order to have access to Forest Temple completely. I'm pretty sure that's what it is in vanilla game. I'm going to try to set this up to where I get to Kakariko right when it hits nighttime a second time, so I can do the Dompi grave digging, which is set to automatically be correct on the first try, because again, it's not like, oh, this is too hard in terms of, like, you're not skilled enough to know what you're doing. It's just a case of, like, and we're waiting for him to walk forward, and we're waiting for him to walk forward more, and we're still waiting for him to walk forward, and just doing that for, like, 3 minutes. So I do not have to be on one of the dirt patches. The only requirement that I need is the 10 rupees and the correct time of night. If I get there too early, once I get to this point, I'll probably swing by... Oh, what would I swing by? I could go by Castletown, maybe. Because oddly enough, you can do the slingshot game without the slingshot. That's not a setting I triggered. You could just do that, apparently. Which seems a bit odd, but, you know, okay. Go get this check over here, I suppose, by the trees. I know in vanilla you need bombs to do bomb shoe bowling, as one of the rewards is one of the bags. I don't know if bomb shoes will count. Since they're not considered in logic, I'm going to assume not, but we'll see. Droopy, alright, well that saves me from having to grind using the climbing up the chains thing here. I could flip it back tonight to do the Richard section, but I'm sure at some point we'll come through here and just do it then, so it's not a big deal if we wait. Since the timer's already going for Dompy, and that's more of a pain to access. Alright, I'll do the slingshot. I want to see if I've got access to bomb shoe bowling, but I doubt it. Are you gonna give me the option? Yeah, no, not gonna give me the option. Okay. And ice. And also ice. Oddly enough, I actually think the slingshot game is harder than the bow and arrow game. Like, I know the order is random in the bow and arrow game, but the arrow flies way faster than the slingshot for obvious reasons, so... And maybe that's also due to copious amounts of playing the shooting galleries that are in Majora's Mask that do use the bow and arrow. Who can really say? The rewards for doing the mask shop are still in effect in terms of the skull mask and the mask of truth in the little forest stage area. The other upside to doing this is the bunny hood in this game, with this setting on, actually treats it as the bunny hood Majora's Mask, so you get the speed up from that, which is nice. So I will probably just pick these up when I'm around Castletown. I'm not going to waste my time doing all of it unless I am just completely stumped. And as it turns out, the running man for the final thing, the bunny hood, actually does not show up until you've gotten all the spiritual stones. He just doesn't show up. So I could only get up to that bunny hood, and while I could use the bunny hood, it would not allow me to be able to sell it and then get the Mask of Truth. Alternatively, if I find out that the prize for the Mask of Truth is completely useless before that point, I might get up to the bunny hood to have the bunny hood, and at that point I wouldn't bother doing the actual trade for it. This gives me a chance to read chat while I'm just stuck here. So now you also get to read chat. Luckily in Kakariko there's a fair bit we can do during the night and the day. And if there's one thing I've learned from playing these randomizers, because I've played probably like, I'd say 4 or 5 semi-recently, Anju holds out. She's got all the stuff I need. It's Anju. In one of my runs, she had 2 of the medallions. She had one as a kid and one as an adult. I think it was the fire and the forest ones, I want to say. So Anju will hook me up. She knows what's good. Unlike that treasure chest, apparently. That, not so much. Where do we go from here? I guess the Skulltulas. Why not? Time's not gonna be moving, so I'm not in as big of a rush to get to Dompy now. Well, that said, I'm already over here. I took the long way around that building like an idiot. Hi, Dompy. Do you know you were the bane of existence as my kid? Or as a kid? Because I could never successfully manage to get the grave digging game to work. Mostly because the screen was so dark I couldn't see the patches of soil. Because, you know, old TVs. There have also been multiple times playing this on multiple systems. N64, 3DS version, GameCube version, this version, in which there we go. Again, C-stick for a Switch Pro controller plugged in a computer. Oddly enough, not designed for that kind of thing. But yeah, where I dug up all the patches like multiple times and never got the piece of heart and would have to reset. Don't know why that was an issue. Like, turned up the brightness all the way on my TV. Is like, no, the patches aren't in, like, I'm not doing any of that wrong. It just simply was not having it. Also, as a minor note, not that it matters now because we've pulled all of the graves we need to as a kid. I can pull the graves during the day as well. The kid's not gonna get on my case, but since I came here at night anyway, that didn't really matter, and pulling Dompy's actual grave in the adult timeline, that kid's not gonna be there, so no big deal. Can't do whatever the Sun Song is now because we need Zelda's Lullaby, so we will skip that. Can't get into Bottom of the Well because no Song of Storms. We'll skip that. I'll grab the last token, hop to Death Mountain Trail, and then immediately come back in and switch it to daytime. Hey, check it out on Pikachu. Except not actually. Can I go in here? There we go. Can't even let you inside just long enough to let you back out. Alright, so we couldn't get up here before, because there was no way to kill the Skulltula up here. These are things that people play the randomizers know, but for anybody that's, like, semi-new to randomizers, is like, why didn't you just climb it during night? Yeah, there's a Skulltula up there that I wouldn't have been able to hit, and as a result, I couldn't have gotten to the top of the ladder to get that guy's reward, and then also come down here and get this. Which in the first randomizer I ever did, this is where the bow was. So I always remember to grab this one. Silver Scale, which means we now have access to light arrows and also Zora's Domain by taking the back way through. Always nice to have the Silver Scale primarily for that, in case you can't get Zelda's Lullaby. Let's say you for last, Anju. I know you're holding out on me. Got one of those medallions. Love these guys running animation. It is the most fabulous thing ever. This guy's doing some phenomenal work on this house, just running on the support beam just forever. What a hero. Ooh, Bloopy, awesome. I'll put it in my collection. Also, for the record, yes, the Kuko did fall down here, so that's why she gave it to me. I did actually have to put one in there. It just automatically falls down when you do that. Do I want to go through Mountain Trail? We'll see how it goes, I guess. We'll see how it goes. There's a fair bit opened up now with Bombchus. We can get to Zora's River and get the stuff in Zora's River. Could obviously go adult. Could go back to Kokiri Forest. / Lost Woods, primarily. Just hoping to blow that up. Alright, we'll just kamikaze it. I was trying to jump, but okay. And the typical joke for playing a rando. You can climb up this wall. There you go. You're welcome. Yeah, you can climb up that wall. It doesn't have the wall climbing texture, but yeah, totally can. That looks like the Deku Shield, I'm pretty sure. If randomizers taught me everything, there's a surprisingly high amount of Deku Shields you can pick up in the kid section of the game. It's just I never got them because I never would lose my shield. So I'd always get it at the graveyard for free, put it on, and never switch back. So as a result, I would never lose a Deku Shield because by the time they got to an area with fire, I no longer needed it. And I think I did this on one of my last runs. The Rolling Goron will still give you the prize if you blow him up with the Bombchu. It does not have to be a bomb, specifically. Huge Rupee, which is basically nothing at this point. Bloopy, even less. And the last one that we have in this maze we cannot access because we have no hammer. I was hoping we'd pick up the hammer kind of early. That's like my favorite item in the game is the Megaton Hammer. Which I'm willing to bet most people probably don't say. Seeing as in vanilla, the hammer is kind of useless. It's like, it's the Fire Temple item, so you use it a fair bit in there, and you just kind of use it every now and again in the remaining temples, and a little bit in Gerudo Training Ground, which a lot of people skip, which rightly so. Hey, there's the bow. Alright, so all we need is one of the 2 songs necessary to get in there, and we have access to Forest Temple. The bow is always a good one to get early. And for anybody not in the know, for all of the things that are like, oh, you get the bomb bag in Dodongo's Cavern, and then you can later on get upgrades that will increase the capacity from 20 to 30 and then 30 to 40. It just treats it like a progressive upgrade. So there are 3 bomb bags in the world, and the first one you find gives you the bomb bag, the second one gives you the first upgrade, and the third one gives you the final upgrade. So you can't, like, lock yourself out of, like, oh, this is the upgrade that would have turned it from 30 to 40, but you grabbed it first, so too bad. I guess you don't get it after all, because you don't have actual bombs. That'd be a little funny, though. sure this will work. Yep, okay, cool. Don't think I've ever done that before, but in my brain I was like, I don't see why there's any reason that wouldn't just go down and back up, so... It's also the nice thing about increased climb speed is really the Bombchus just can't catch you. Or the Bombchus. Let me try that again. The Waltolas can't really catch you. I'll get that on the way back down. Oh, nice. I don't know if I can pick that up as a kid, though. The actual reward for that. If we stand in the right spot, we might be able to figure out what this is. That looks like Zora Sapphire to me. Yeah, pretty sure that is. As I'm playing with double damage on, I'm not going to complain too much about Pieces of Heart at this point. Yeah. My brain was like, do I want to bother with Dodongo's Cavern right now? Not really, no. I know I have access to it in terms of I can open it, but... If I had more Bombchu on me, maybe, but with only 2, nah. I could have checked Big Goron too, I suppose, but again, it's not too big a deal. I'd be coming back up there to do the Fairy Fountain later anyway, whenever I had Zelda's Lullaby, so not a big deal. Provided I don't end up with actual bombs, the last area I would want to check whilst in possession of Bombchu would of course be Zora's River. Not only for the checks there, but for the magic beans there, because I can plant 3 of those. And we know Zora Sapphire is one of the rewards. So if you play vanilla, you probably already know this, which you don't even technically need 4. 3 would do just fine, but I usually don't use the Scarecrow song in vanilla. But the rewards that you would get that are actually vital in vanilla are in Lake Hylia, the Graveyard in Kakariko, Desert Colossus, and Death Mountain Crater, which we were just at. The ones for Mountain Crater and Colossus you absolutely need. The one for Graveyard, if you have the long shot and you can make like a bit of a tricky shot with it, you don't need. And the one in Lake Hylia, if you have the hook shot and the Scarecrow song, you also don't need. Since I need one more rupee, I'll just do this. Since I have the hook shot and will have Scarecrow song as an adult, I know I don't technically need that 4th one, but in case I'm too stupid to remember that I have Scarecrow song, now I've got the bean. But I'm not gonna plant that before switching to adult. Hopefully I will be smart enough to remember that, but we will see. Is that a Shat? No, that's a purple ruby. I thought it was the Shadow Medallion. No, that's a purple ruby. I'll still go ahead and grab that, though. Every time I make that jump, it just does not look like it's makeable, but it entirely is. go back around to Lake Hylia to use the Silver Scale to get the light arrows. I might do that after we're done here, and then go check Zora's Domain for its checks. Which admittedly is only 2 at this point, but, you know, if we're already there. A bundle of arrows. Great, I have yet to use the bow, as I have yet to become an adult, so thanks. Though the reason I'm tempted to become adult is, again, having the access to multiple songs with Prelude, Bolero, and Song of Storms. That would give a high chance for... Oh, there's the Iron Boots. That would give a high chance for Zelda's Lullaby. So Iron Boots can give us 2 checks off the top of my head that we have, like, full access to right now. One of them in the Hylia Laboratory, if you're able to glitch that correctly, which is not too terribly difficult to glitch. And also the one that's in Hyrule Field that you need either that or the gold scale for. Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and swing by Lake Hylia / Zora's Domain. Just because I really don't want to forget the light arrows, like where those are, because you do need those to beat the game. In this particular setup, if you want to be technical about what you need to beat the game, it would be the light arrows, obviously magic to use the light arrows. At the very least, Deku Nuts to be able to damage Ganon in his final form. The bow and arrow, because you can have the light, or like the elemental arrows and not have the bow. And also the boss key to get to Ganondorf. Which, technically, I might be able to pick that up once I get all the medallions right away, but A, I need all the medallions to get in the tower, and B, it might be locked behind, most likely, the gold gauntlets, since the Light Temple area is the one that, far and away, has the most chests. It could technically be in the Spirit one, which I could do right away, since I have the hook shot. The Water one, which they're just out in the open, and also the Forest one, because all that is just killing a Wolfos. So it could be in any of those. It could be in the Shadow one, which I have access to one of those by using the hook shot, but not the other, because I do not have fire arrows. Nice, and since we're already here, let's go and get the gold Skulltula that's out here. Yes, there is actually one out on this platform as a kid. It has to be night, but yep, it's here. I'm one of most people that have not had to go Skulltula hunting, be it in a rando or just didn't bother to do it in vanilla. Probably didn't know that there was one out here. They probably only knew about the fire arrows, and that was it. These fire arrows are required to beat vanilla. Lucky 13. Unlucky for some. Hilariously enough, this is roughly the amount of hearts I would have, too, going into Zora's Domain. You can get a fair few amount of hearts just with Slingshot, Boomerang, bombs. I guess, by extension, the Ocarina and the songs you'd have at this point. So the only checks we have in here are the diving minigame, which is incredibly easy, and also the torch run, which is, again, very easy. Plus, the nice thing about the diving game is not only is it easy, but you make your money back and then an additional 5. So if, for whatever reason, you actually did need the money immediately after, which I can't think of what would be nearby you would spend it on. The fishing, I guess? In vanilla, you'd be coming here before the fishing more likely than not. You could do the fishing, like, as soon as you're free to get into Lake Hylia, but if it's your first time playing, you're probably going to be following largely, unless you're following a guide or like trying to get the most amount of hearts possible. But if you're just following what the game's telling you to do, then you're probably going to be here first. So maybe after you went to get the bottle, you might stick around out there to get the fishing done, maybe? That's when I usually do the fishing in vanilla, is while I'm out there getting the bottle. Purple rupee, alright. Letting this music play. This is far and away my favorite area in this game. I love the music, I love how it looks. The only thing I don't like about it is how you can't truly thaw it in the adult section even after you beat the water temple. Which is kind of a shame, seeing as you fix Kokiri Forest, and you fix Goron City, where all the people are back and all the monsters are gone, but you cannot tragically fix Zora's. My thoughts exactly. So with that done, I am admittedly kind of switching towards, or leaning towards switching to adult just because of the one bomb chew. Again, if I had more, I would probably go back to Kokiri Forest. The other thing is, too, I could grab the Skull Mask while I'm in Castletown here, and that would give me one more reason to go to Lost Woods. But I think for now I'm just gonna not worry about it. Which is unfortunate because there are plenty of times where being like, oh, it's just one check, I'll deal with it later, can screw you over, because turns out that was the one check you needed. For all I know, the Skull Mask reward for that could lead to the bomb bag. It could lead to a medallion, who knows. Most of the time that I've done that forest stage, though, it's given me absolute crap in randomizers. Tragically. But the other thing is, even if I don't get Zelda's Lullaby, I might be getting a couple warp songs, and that does interest me. You know what? Actually, I am going to do the Mask Quest, and I just realized why. Because I can do this one, and go back to the forest stage and make a check there, which will probably be the Deku Nut upgrade in vanilla, will be the one I check. And then do the Spooky Mask in Kakariko, but I can also plant the Magic Bean there, because that's going to be one of the first places I go when I switch to Adult. And then I can also grab the Bunny Hood, which you can use as an adult. You can use the masks as an adult in this run. Which is not a setting I had to toggle, you just can use them. So that will up movement speed in general, which will be nice. And since this is Skull Mask, I actually need to do this. Because if I'm going to go back there and reset anyway, I might as well do the bean here, where I would have to be going back that way regardless. So we'll do that. And no, you cannot get this song as a kid on the bridge. I have tried. It tragically does not work. If it did, I would have grabbed it right then and there. But that's okay. This is what I mean about having, like, a twist on a classic game to make it replayable. Is like, things feel so out of order, but that's kind of what's cool about it. Is like, normally you would never run things in this order. It's like, you wouldn't be getting the Spooky Mask specifically being like, oh, well, since I'm about to become an adult, I'll do that because I can go plant the bean over there. Like, chances are you're probably doing the mask quest right before you pull the sword. Presumably. The driving reason being, oh, right, I can't do that because I need Saria's song. Well, I can go ahead and do this. Oh, well. Yeah, you have to do the Saria's song side quest with Skull Kid first before you can give them the mask. Any second now. Hey. That's the, like, I guess there's a first time for everything. That's the first time the forest stage to give me something worthwhile. So that's not a terrible setup, minus the lack of a warp song for Spirit Temple as an adult. At the very least, that's the Mirror Shield and the Silver Gauntlets, which is a not bad start, plus the bow and the hook shot, too. I know most people try to avoid dungeons like the Plague unless they have absolutely no choice in the matter, but I actually kind of don't mind going through the temples. Maybe it's because they just take a lot of time, but I don't mind doing them particularly. They don't bother me too much. I could have done that final check in there again for the Deku Nut upgrade, but I figured it would be... I kept going back and forth of like, do I save the explosive for something that I really need? Do I use it? I'll just save it, though. Also, yes, it is just naturally set in the randomizer for songs to be sped up. I don't know why some of them aren't. Like the Sun Song, the Song of Time is another one. I don't know why some are and some aren't. But now we can do Richard and marvel at the blue dogs. One of the colors you can change is the dogs. And brown dogs are boring, so we'll go with blue. Hello. You usually give me garbage. Hey, more bomb shoes. Nice. Well, that's not gonna stop me from being an adult. I'm still gonna switch over. Went to go check the Gossip Stone, and then I remembered. Right, no Stone of Agony. I think the de facto thing is, like, you can just check them any time, I think is what it is. But I figured we could at least have the Stone of Agony have a purpose. The other thing you could do is check the pedestal, and it will tell you where the spiritual stones are. So that one's in Kakariko, that one's in Goron City. We already know where that one is. And that can refer to child or adult. And then if you check the platform again, whenever you're an adult, it will tell you where the medallions are. So it gives you a rough idea of where you need to go. So if you've done, like... I'm just pulling random numbers out here. If you've done, like, 3 of the 5 checks on Death Mountain Trail, and you haven't gotten, like, the Fire Medallion, and it says the Fire Medallion's on Death Mountain Trail, you're like, oh, well, it's got to be one of those 2 checks. Doctrine of Shadow, that one's good for warping, honestly. It's one of the more handy ones. And that would be Prelude. That was Vanilla Prelude for having the Forest Medallion. And we don't need the Spiritual Stones, but we do need the Medallions. So let's see. Gerudo Training Grounds, that's gonna suck. We started with that one. Gerudo Valley, Bottom of the Well, Spirit Temple, well, how fitting. The Spirit Temple one is in, or the Spirit Medallion's in the Spirit Temple, and the same with the Shadow. I'm not too surprised to see stuff in Bottom of the Well, nor am I surprised to see it in Training Grounds. That's unfortunately pretty common for that to happen, due to the high number of checks in both of those areas. But as we do not have access to either of those areas right now, there's nothing we can do in that regard. Alright, so I am probably going to start... Actually, well, no, I have no bottle. Therefore, I couldn't actually capture the Big Poe, which is a bit of a pain. So we will start with Kakariko to get the Song of Storms song, as well as the item checks from that. With the beam, the Dompi Race in under a minute, the thing in the windmill, the Song of Storms, Anju's item, whatever that might be. I'm trying to think if there's anything else in Kakariko Adult. I don't think there is. We could technically do, Ding Dong's Cavern. It's a lot easier as an adult, too, because you can skip a lot of it. Not even through glitching, just because you're taller, mostly. Oh, yeah, we can do this, too. We can do the archery game. And I'd much rather do this one than the horseback one. Even though I've been pretty good at the horseback one lately. Saved it. Oh, you're gonna do the one that always gets me last, huh? Nice. Got some arrows. Thanks. Appreciate it. You're already here. Alright, what you been holding out on me with? What do you got? No. Nothing. Alright. Well, at least you picked a rupee that's a good color. That's a purple rupee, so I'll leave it there, but for the record, you can jump on this, jump over to this, and grab it that way. But I'm not gonna worry about that, since it's not a key item. And yep, that is vanilla. That is Song of Storms. That's good for a couple things. a pair of grottos, the frogs. And it's also just a really kick-ass song. Let's be honest. I don't know if I'd say best song in the game, like, that'd have to fight with Gerudo Valley, but for, like, the songs you can play, yeah, I think it's universally accepted that that is the song to beat. Also, I forgot to plant the beans, so I cannot do that one, but oh well. Also, yes, as you can imagine, with the bunny hood on, this race is nothing short of a joke. This will mostly just depend on how dickish he decides to be with the fireballs. Which is sometimes very forgiving. Other times, not as much. Also, you can skip a bit of dealing with him right there, which is nice. As well as right here. Yeah, we're fine. If you can get up to this, like, little section here before 50 seconds hits, you should be good to go. Not a world record by any means, but we got it. So that will be... Oh, that's the double defense, because it's doing a little powder thing on it. So now you get to see what my hearts look like with the defense added. Yeah! Blue and white. And the boomerang, very nice. That's usually one of the more frustrating items to come by as a Kid Link, because it has no upgrades, meaning there is only one in the entire world to find. So that part of it always kind of sucks. But it's extremely useful for picking up many, many Skulltula tokens, so I'm glad to have that. It's also obviously required for Jabu's belly as well. Because without it, I think you can only grab, like, 2 chests? I think it's just the map and the, or no, not even the map. I think it's the compass and the boomerang chest. It may only be the boomerang chest, honestly. Alright, let's see how well we can manage Ding Dong's Cavern without actual bombs. We can use the bomb flowers, which will work against the boss, but we'll see. Yeah, that's that. I wanted to make sure that wasn't the Gerudo membership card, but it's not. So what you're supposed to do in vanilla is take the left-hand path, and then the left-hand path will... Or you'll take this path over there, using this to blow up that wall over there. But as an adult, instead of going all the way around, you just step on the switch and skip that entire section. Also grab the map, or whatever it's turned into. Yay! I guess I wasn't at full, but still. I don't know, what's chat's opinion? What's the worst of the 2 items to get? Is it a bloopy or is it a recovery heart? Because you could argue, like, oh, the bloopy's better because at least you get money and you may not have a full wallet, but it's like it's the same thing with a recovery heart, as he may not necessarily be at full hearts. So it's kind of either or, really. Oh, somebody walked within a 500-foot radius of the dog. Now it's time for it to bark and scream again. Speaking of the wallet, that's some good camera work right there. Yeah, I don't know why, but like a lot of people that I've watched play this recently have a very hard time with those Armos. I usually just like have a bomb out, be it the flower or the thing, and run into it to toggle it, and then just immediately drop it with the shield button. And before they move, they just immediately hit it and die. Then all I have to do is just avoid being blown up by them. They're not that hard enemies, guys. They're pretty dang easy. I am gonna waste my time grabbing a little bit of extra money here. Probably won't need it, but hey, you never know. Normally you'd have to push the statue here. As an adult, no thanks. And then I think it's here, yep. Normally you'd have to go around this huge section, or you could just alternatively not do that. Okay, that's like the 5th heart container we picked up, right? Like, that's at least number 3 or 4. Already, I'm assuming that's 10 hearts. Yeah, that looks like 10 hearts to me. And a double defense. We have not picked up a single medallion. Okay, that was weird. A single medallion, a single spiritual stone, nor cleared a single dungeon. Okay, that skips all of that. There are a couple of rooms in there where you have to fight some Lethalfos, but we skipped both the upper and lower floors of those, so no need to worry. As for the eyes, I'll deal with those in a second. But first, Kamikaze. A bundle of corn. Awesome. I love bundles of corn. So normally you would have to drop a bomb down, but with Bomb Chew, they're just going to ride the wall. But what you can do is, because it only checks to see if there's an explosion within the radius of the eyes. Or that could happen, sure. I'm very sure using the Bomb Chew works. Oh, and the dogs scream in anger. The possessed demon dogs. Luckily, we have a shortcut so we can get back up there. I might have to drop it so the explosive slash explosion. I merged those into one weird, whatever you want to call it. But so the explosion is closer to the eye. There we go. But it does in fact work. As long as you're okay in taking a tiny bit of damage. Which I guess will now be normal damage as I have the double defense. And there we go. Plus, thankfully, despite the fact that there's an explosion literally going off in your face, it only does half a heart of damage for some reason. But it's fine. Normally we'd have to do a little bit of a puzzle to go all the way around this section to grab this block. But as we're an adult, we can skip that. And if you're wondering, like, hey, did you skip any chests because you skipped, like, half the dungeon? No. There's no other chests, oddly enough. I could have stopped to kill those, but eh. Watch this be the bomb bag right here, or one of them. Nope, more Deku Nuts. Different type of explosive. And now we fight King Ding Dong, proving that yes, you can entirely get through this dungeon using bomb shoes and not bombs. I'm willing to bet this probably won't work, but let's find out. Didn't think so. That's not how fire works, but alright, if you say so. Fire can't turn corners like that, like it's a sentient thing. Alright, ding dong. Have another one. Alright, there we go. That takes care of Dodongo's Cavern, at least. Which, what do we really get out of that we need? Nothing we really needed. The double, or not the double defense. The wallet upgrade was nice. There was a heart container and a heart piece. I think that was really about it. I don't think there's anything else too terribly vital. Unless there's something from one of these. Another piece of heart. I'll take the health refill at least. And the Deku Nut. Not an upgrade, just a singular. I have no idea where those chests were in vanilla that were giving you single Deku Nuts, but like, man, that's rough. I'm impressed I didn't get hit by that. I was gonna play it cool, and then I'm like, no, I don't think I can play that cool. That was pure luck. No way about it. So while I could warp using Bolero, there's something in Goron City I need to pick up, as well as going to the top of Mountain Crater to file the claim check and see what that gets us. Which, to be fair, in most randos I never do, because typically, I mean, it's just the one drop, so it's very unlikely. You'd have to be in a very, very tight spot in order to, I thought that was actually going to work for a split second there. I'm probably better off using these. This is going to be a pain without actually having the bomb bag and doing it this way, because the timing on the bomb flowers is very different from... Oh, we actually got it. Nice. And thankfully I don't have to talk to this guy. We can just skip his dialogue and get whatever the tunic is. Oh, the Goron Ruby. Nice. That seems a fitting place for it to be. I knew it was in Goron City, but I figured it was in the spinning pot. That was my guess. But nope, there it is. Now, I don't remember where the Kokiri Emerald was, even though we already looked at it, mostly because I don't pay too much attention to the medallions. But we will be picking up the Sapphire pretty shortly here. So if we do find the Emerald, we can finish the quest and get the Bunny Hood, which would be nice. And I guess also the Mask of Truth, but it probably won't amount to anything, but we'll find out. If only the Mask of Truth was as useful in this game as it is in Majora's Mask. Though to be fair, that is one of the things you can toggle for making the Gossip Stones give you hints, is it doesn't have to be the Stone of Agony, it can be the Mask of Truth as well. Hi, Big Goron. As you can see, the quest is entirely skipped, save for the claim check. Otherwise, he would be complaining about needing his prescription for the eye drops. Oh, okay, there we go. Maybe it just checks that you have it, but bloopy, no big deal. Don't really need it. If that is the case, there we go. I don't know why my HUD menu wasn't there. That was really weird. Let's get the Sapphire and whatever Bolero got changed into. We still got some options in that regard. Lullaby would be nice. Minuet or Sorry would be nice. Requiem kind of works. That gets us to another song, so it's not horrible. Again, Serenade of Water is probably the worst one you can get. Okay, there's the Sapphire. Since we just picked it up, let's go see what Requiem turned into after getting Requiem. So what do we still have left? Song of Time, Zelda's Lullaby, Saria's Song, Minuet of Forest, Serenade of Water. I think that's it, isn't it? Serenade of Water. Boo! Yeah, so that leaves us with 5 songs. So yeah. Prelude, Minuet, Song of Time, Saria's Song, and Zelda's Lullaby. So those are left where Serenade of Water is, Nocturne of Shadow is, Minuet of Forest is, Song of Time is, Sun Song is, and that's it. Those are where those are all located. So if that's the case, let me think here for a second. What I just listed. We need the medallions for that one, so it's possible to get that one, and it might end up being the first one we get, actually. Serenade we need to get through Ice Caverns. We need the letter in the bottle. Minuet we can't get without Saria's Song. I'm referring to the vanillas, by the way. Minuet we can't get without Saria's Song. I think it's probably best we don't worry about those right now at all, actually. It'd be nice to have a bomb bag, though. I think what I'm going to do is see how far I can get in Spirit Temple. I'm aware we could end up with too many keys or not enough keys if the Spirit Temple doesn't go quite the right way. But if it doesn't, we'd probably be coming back as a kid here anyway to go and pick up the magic beam. So, not too big a deal. Can't do that. That would normally be Zelda's Lullaby for the map in vanilla. I think this can be done. There we go. I know that all that's behind that block is a Skulltula token. It is not... or a Skulltula, rather. It is not something that is required. Hello, Mr. Like. I'm going to ignore you for a split second and grab this key. It's actually a good thing as a key, because if not, that would have sent me back over to the kid's side. Because with no way to get that other chest, there would have been no way to progress in the adult section. Because I think other than a potential lack of keys, we have everything we can do for the adult section, I'm pretty sure. At least for clearing it. Not for getting everything in it, but for clearing it. missed. All three of them, nice. Got a red potion, which means we have a bottle, which is good. There's the Stone of Agony, so we can pick up secrets now. I was pointing at the wrong one anyway, but just go ahead and do this. I have seen the game crash due to the mirror shield in this room where it accidentally activated both sun stashes at the same time, and I guess that just overloaded the game. It didn't know how to react. That guy's a trap. We have no fire to light the compass room. We cannot play Zelda's Lullabies. We do not have it. We don't have the hammer. This is, unfortunately, as far as we go in the dungeon. The bottle was nice, though. I'm glad we got the bottle. If you're wondering why I reset twice, it's because resetting in a dungeon will send you back to the start of the dungeon. Resetting not in the dungeon will send you back to the Temple of Time. Is there anything else I really want to do? I mean, I guess I could do the Poe. Just because I'm thinking about it right now, let's go ahead and do that. I'll kind of just read these guys when I see them, see if there's anything usable. Piece of art can be found outside Ganon's castle. That's probably the fairy fountain. Kakarika Village is on the way of the hero, just means it's required to beat the game. No, read that again. The treasure thrown by Zelda is the Zora scale. Alright, so that's the gold scale. Got it. I guess we can do that check as well with having the iron boots. Means we don't technically need that. We could also do the check in Lake Hylia, too. Appreciate the red potion in that bottle, I just don't really need it. Seeing as the only boss that really gives me trouble damage-wise is Bongo Bongo, we may not even need to go fight him. Which would honestly be kind of preferable. I'd rather not deal with him, thanks, but I may not get a choice in the matter. We'll find out. I wish I had access to Forest Temple, though. I wouldn't mind clearing it out. If I had access to all the temples, I could do that. I could also do Jabu. Oh, wait. No, that's too far. Where are you going, bud? Hi. Hey, the fire arrow, nice. That is definitely a good one to have. There's a fair few things you need fire for, and while I will need Din's fire arrow is not bad either. Oh, does that get replaced with a small Poe now? Interesting. Alright, let's run a couple checks that I'm thinking of off the top of my head. I guarantee you there's more that I'm just not thinking of, but it's fine. We'll just go with what I know. Piece of heart. Yeah, I'll go ahead and grab it. Why not? Again, if I was playing with like single damage on, I might skip it, but like, you know, it's only gonna take me like 10 seconds, so sure, we'll pick it up. If it's like way far out of my way, I'm not gonna bother for it, but if it's something like that, then yeah, sure, I'll do it. Like, if I knew both of the horseback archery things were pieces of art, I probably wouldn't bother with them. I'm trying to think what all I could do with fire arrows, specifically. I don't think there's too much. You can also get the Scarecrow song. And do that. Can we reach the Scarecrow to do the fishing? That I'm not sure about, but we'll figure that out in a second. In fact, I'm pretty sure I've tried this before, and I think the hook shot is not quite enough. I'll check, but I'm pretty sure it won't. Oh no, it will! Okay, cool. Well, we'll go and do this then. Alright, second verse, same as the first. The big fish is still in the exact same area. The requirement is set to minimum, but I'm still going to go for the big one. I was about to say, the big thing that I need for the game to do is just target the fish I'm aiming at. That's basically what you would do in the vanilla game. Is like you would hit the down button and pull him in, but he'd pretty much just jump right into your hands at that point. You wouldn't have to keep struggling with him for 5 minutes only for the line to break randomly because the game just decided, nope, too bad. Roars win, that's crap, dude. That's absolute codswallop. I don't need that. I would have much preferred Din's Fire, honestly. Din's Fire is the best of the spells, just in the terms that it's the only one that's required. Nair's Love, still very helpful, very solid. Roar's Win, borderline useless, if not outright. Watch too many people get nailed by that Gwei. That's just a bloopy, isn't it? Yep. Woohoo! Alright. We'll try to do this trick with the Lakeside Lab. Since this is the only thing the gold scale would be required for normally. So all you need is the hook shot / long shot and iron boots. That is all you need. So you take the iron boots, go all the way down to the bottom, admire this very wonderfully looking shark. And you do not want to break this crate, even though there's a gold skulltula inside of it. But you will hook shot to it, and then once you get pulled over... Okay, that is the pause button, because it was not doing it there. Once you're in that animation right there, like pretty much right after he would normally regain control, switch the regular boots. If you do it right, the jingle will go off. This is obviously normally easier with a long shot because you can put more distance between you and the box. You might else I need. I don't know if you need to go towards the top of the box or the bottom. The bottom. Okay, the bottom of the box. Yeah, it's not too bad. I was just aiming too high. I could have sworn it was the top, but I guess not. But as long as you hear the jingle, you are set. Set to get some arrows. Great, thanks. Alright, that pretty much clears out Lake Hylia of everything except for the vanilla fire arrows. What else? 3 bomb shoes, huh? Alright. There's one other spot, and then you can do this as a kid, too. This is just a default grotto, but we're already kind of over in this area, and outside of this one grotto, there's not really anything in the southeast corner. Southeast and northwest corners kind of just don't have anything other than the one singular grotto. It's just that this one you have access to as long as you have bombs. You don't need the other thing. Winds of ice surround a huge rupee. That's probably somewhere in the ice cavern if I had to guess. I know I could save and warp back to Temple of Time, but I'm trying to think if there's anything else while I'm around. I guess there's one other thing I could technically do as an adult, so I'll go do that, which is the vanilla Goron claim check. I could go and do the one Carpenter. But unless she gives me the access card, I'm still not gonna have access in there. Like, I could do the thing and they'd be like, wow, I'm gonna tell all my followers that you can be trusted, and then I would still get thrown in jail anyways. So, no horseback archery, no GTG, no access to Haunted Wasteland, no able to get to the treasure chest on the top of the fortress. Oh, I should have checked the Song of Storms grotto while I was over by Kakariko. Oh well. There is a chest behind those rocks. We need the hammer for that, so we cannot do that currently. See if I can actually manage to fight this guard effectively for once. Yes, I'm gonna be cheap and use the big Goron sword. Like a wiener. Love this little dance too. It's a very nice dance. Hey, there's Din's Fire. Very nice. Alright, so that's all the spells, at least. I don't think there's anything we can specifically do with Din's Fire other than get into the Shadow Temple. But without the hover boots, we would not get very far. That would give us 2 chests. I guess for the heck of it, let's go ahead and check. Because it's just going to be the map and the hover boots. That will be all we could reach in vanilla, but we'll take a peek. They say that the prize offered by a large rolling Goron is a bow. Well, yeah, we already knew that. We already did that. We already did both the rolling Gorons. That's a cool color for Din's Fire. I set that to random, so I didn't know what it was going to pop up as. It might be a rainbow, even. I think I might have set it to rainbow. So it might change every time you use it. But the blue looked really cool. That was a nice shade of blue. We could technically open that door with the whole, like, make your beak face the Skull of Truth with pure guessing, but even if we could, we couldn't get past the hover boot section to get in there, so it's no big deal. Where's your buddy hiding? I don't think so. Should have known there would have been bats in there. I was like, just a single Rita? That, for, like, the Shadow Temple, which is probably, what, like, the 3/4 mark of the game? That seems to be a little easy. Alright, dead hand. I might take damage, yeah, but that's key. Helpful for later. Right now, not so much. Not really much I can do with a key for the time being. Alright, so what all can we do as a kid? Plant a couple of the beans in Desert Colossus in the graveyard, since I stupidly forgot to plant the one in the graveyard. Can't believe I forgot that. That was beyond dumb. I want to take another look at where the emerald is. I want to say it said it was Kakariko. Yep, it did say it was Kakariko. Okay. Kakariko Village could also mean Skulltula reward, for the record, so it could be one of those. Which, if it is, that might explain why they gave me the boomerang, too. I don't remember if I'd gotten that one or not. Alright. Really surprised we haven't found the bomb bag yet. Alright, we did that mask quest for as far as we can go. We can't do the treasure chest game or the bomb chew game. Already did the dogs. That's about it for Castletown area. I'm kind of just going through areas in my head right now. I might do some token hunting a little bit more frequently here, just for the heck of it. Now that I've got the boomerang, I'm definitely going to have more freedom with that. I know it's about to turn night, but it's fine. Got the one in the tree, but there's another one back here, and then I'll put us to 17. Haven't found the slingshot either, come to think of it, because there's 2 upgrades for that, so there's 3 total. To Kakariko for anything. Is there any reason for me to go back there right now? Just the bean in the graveyard, I think. Oh, and the Song of Storms. I can unlock Bottom of the Well and do some of that. I can't do all of it because I don't have Zelda's Lullaby. But I can do some of it. And I know at least one of the medallions was in Bottom of the Well. I don't remember which one. I just remember it wasn't Shadow or Spirit. And I have Forest with me, so it's one of the remaining 3. Death Mountain Trail, I can do the Grotto with the Song of Storms there. Zora's River, I can do the Song of Storms Frogs. Kokiri, there's a couple spots I can bomb, and I can do the Song of Storms Grotto there. I don't think Lake Hylia has anything left for me that I can grab right now. Again, I think it's just vanilla fire arrows, which would require me, A, to be an adult, and B, for the lake to be clear. So I don't think I can do that. Also, give me a second. I have a message. That's not the right window. Where's the window I'm looking for? There's the one I'm looking for. It's just a stream announcement. There's somebody else going live. No big deal. Pretty sure I already got this one. No, I didn't. Could have sworn I had. I'll plant the bean in a second, but before I forget this, I don't remember if the boomerang can reach this guy. Of course, if I could see, that would also be helpful. No, I don't think it can. I think it has to do the slingshot. Yes, thank you, whoever revved their motorcycle. I hope you end up with your body liquefied across the ground for being a dumbass. You know what we call motorcyclists around here, right? Organ donors. You know, what's left of them after they're done washing the other half of them off the truck that they hit. Alright, bean. In case you're wondering how to do the trick without the bean, this will obviously be a gravestone closer because Dompies will be here. But you basically get up to like the very height of this and like back in the corner, and you can barely clip the box with a long shot. And I do mean barely. But it does work. I have done it before. Actually, before we leave, there's one in the graveyard, is there not? Yep, I see him up there. What I also could do, if there are bugs abound, which there may or may not be, I honestly don't know, There are. As I'm pretty sure... Well, I know for a fact a lot of the patches of soil, if you put in bugs, you can spawn a gold skulltula, but I believe this is one of them. Not all of them do this, but some of them do. And that would put us at 20. I hang on to those in case I need them later. Nice. Glad I remember that since it was not far away from collecting that reward. I guess that rock right there I know has bugs, but wasn't sure about the graveyard one. Well, that's crap. Can't get the Goron bracelet as I do not have Saria's Song, and I also do not have Zelda's Lullaby, and I can't do the spinning pots as a result. No, I can't. No. Maybe. I don't know if it's going to allow this, but I'm going to try it. Maybe with the combination of Din's Fire and the one Deku stick I have, it might still let me do it. No, actually it won't, because now that I remember, you can make the throw with the bomb flower nearby, with timing it really well. However, it will not actually give you the reward for doing so. So doing so would be pointless. Which is a bit of a bummer, but oh well. We can check the grotto, however, and that's the important thing. Admittedly, I'm actually starting to run kind of low on places to check. Spirit Temple is always an option as a kid, though, since we have the boomerang. There's nothing else here. Nor in Goron City. Dodongo's Cavern's cleared out, so we know it's not there. Whatever item we're looking for. If I had to guess, the breakthrough item is probably going to be Ruto's Letter, which will give us whatever Serenade of Water is turned into, which will start giving us songs again, but also because we have, like, the boots, the iron boots, so we can pick up a couple things. Like, the thing at the bottom of Zora's Fountain, we could do all of Jabu Jabu's Belly, we really just need that letter, is the big thing. If we can find that, we will be in an okay position. If not, then hopefully it'll be some other item that will give us access to something. If it's the slingshot, we get access to a couple minigames. Well, just the one, really, the target game. Not the one I said you didn't need the slingshot for, but the one in the forest. And also the ability to fight Queen Goma. Or to finish the dungeon, I should clarify. You don't actually need the slingshot to beat Queen Goma. You can use Deku Nuts on it. It's just the stun time is a little bit less. Hopefully this will not be a case of running around looking for 9, 19, or 29 more tokens to try to get what would hopefully be the Emerald or some other breakthrough item, be it the Lens of Truth or whatever. Take a bath, chicken. Please? Nope, that's what they normally give you anyway. Alright. Back we go to Kokiri Forest. In hopes that the remaining grotto here with the Song of Storms or one of the explosive things will pay off. If not, like, I guess we could technically go into Fire Temple and get, like, the first chest in there. Also need to plant the bean for Desert Colossus, so we can try that too. Nope, sorry Mega Fairy, I do not need you right now. I am full on both magic and health. Shadow Temple hoards a bow. Well, we already have the bow, so the upgrades, while nice, are not really needed anymore. The arrows are definitely not needed. This game right here, by the way, was what I was referring to when I said we unlocked the slingshot game if we had the slingshot. This is one of them. The other one will be right at the end by Sacred Forest Meadow. They say that Spirit Temple hoards a red potion bottle. Yeah, we already grabbed that. Yeah, here, Spearmint Breath. Nasty. No, actually, Spearmint Breath isn't that bad. That's the whole point of Spearmint, is it not? To make the bad breath smell like something less awful. So that will just be a blue rupee. This is the one we want. Let that less bomb chew please not be in vain. And that was low-key in vain, honestly. You don't really need the Ocarina of Time. If the Ocarina of Time gave you the Song of Time, or whatever the equivalent was, that would be phenomenal. Unfortunately, that is not the case, and we already knew that anyway, as they already told us the item was a gold scale. So, we plant the Spirit Temple bean, and we see how far we can get in the Spirit Temple as a kid. Which, without a bomb chew, is going to be rough, because we actually need at least one explosive. If we can't do that, we'll check this bean as an adult, and then I'm going to be in real trouble, because I will not know where to go from there. We'll have a look around and see how we go, I guess. I was about to say, didn't we pick up a key, but then I remembered we used that key, so no big deal. I'm pretty sure I set the Deku Shield to be indestructible in terms of fire attacks. Yeah, so we're fine with that. I was like, I do not want to waste the one and only Deku Stick I have currently, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to need that later. I haven't mentioned it, but I do know the trick with the jump attack. So the idea is if you use the jump attack, since it does double damage, until you sheathe your sword, every other attack will do double damage, including the stab, which does... which is a quick and faster attack by comparison to the jump attack. I need that guy to go away. Right there. There we go. This will likely be a key if I had to guess. A key to being frozen alive, yep. That's exactly what I meant. How'd you know? I'm not really feeling like dealing with Anubis right now, sorry. You could hit that crystal and then move around as necessary in order to set him on fire that way, but we've got Din's Fire, so... That was how I always did it as a kid. I didn't even know what the switch did. I just hit it and be like, oh, that's weird, it didn't do anything. Kid me was not very smart. This is probably a key. Get out of here. Doesn't have enough range, thankfully. That's not what I did, but sure, we can watch the animation and feel good about ourselves. Yep. It had to be a key. Like, in order for us to progress here, it had to be a key. The only way it wasn't a key is if we had to come back as an adult with Zelda's Lullaby or the Hammer or something that would have let us progress on the adult side. This is unfortunately the spot we're going to be in trouble without having an explosive. Unless we get lucky with one of these. Like so. And there's the gold gauntlets. Okay, well, if I could get into Ganon's castle, those would be phenomenal. Don't wait. Alright, fine, we'll fight this guy first. Normally I would be careful, but A, double defense indeed, not feeling good with that guy right now. There we go. Now we can progress, we can actually get the compass chest this time. As we have Din's Fire. Yeah, that's great. And then it's going to go away because I'm going to have to get off the switch. I don't even know how I managed to do that. The statue we passed earlier is an adult, by the way. That's one of the ones that comes alive. That was why I didn't interact with it at all. Okay, you can throw that wherever you like. I'm going to switch items so you're not tempted to do that again. Then we'll use the item I actually wanted to. Is Bomb chews are precious right now. I need those bad. Until I can find bombs, those are gonna have to substitute as my go-to. Yeah, I guess there's one more locked door as a kid. I was gonna say I don't think I need that right now, but maybe I do actually. If I have to clear Spirit Temple, I will eventually need it either way. I do not believe there's any way to get that, as there's no way to hookshot over there as a kid. This is the giant room with, yep, all the crap in it. Actually, I don't think we need to... We definitely don't need to keep targeting those guys. I don't think we need to kill those guys, so I'm not going to waste the explosives on them. I could be using those down the line. Pretty sure I can collect the gems for the torches and then light the torches for either opening the door or the key. And the sun switch will do whichever of those that the torch lighting doesn't do. That was a smooth jump right there. Let's go and do the torch run first, since it's probably the harder of the two things. The block pushing is more time consuming than it is hard. And especially since the block pushing speed is increased on the rando, it's not big of an issue. Those are settings I never feel bad about turning on, because it's like, again, it's not a skill thing of like, oh, he doesn't know how to push a block. It's like, no, I just don't need it to take forever, and it will. Like, the only way to make a block pushing faster is by going in there and speeding it up. The gold gauntlets will not push it faster. The silver gauntlets will, like, none of that will come into play. Alright. Please be bombs. Or the letter. Nope. E. This could prove to be a problem. As we only have one check left on the kid's side. And that will be the silver gauntlets in vanilla. And despite the double defense, I'm going to actually have to be a little bit careful because this guy hits extremely hard. Case in point, I'm actually going to let him crush some of these pillars to get some points back here. Make sure I don't die. Provided that the move I use actually works. There we go. Once he's susceptible to stunning his attacks, he's pathetically easy. Which, to be fair, is the case with Darknuts in almost every Zelda game. Once you take their armor off, they're not that bad. Same in Wind Waker, same in Twilight Princess. Nope, ice. Alright. Well, one thing we probably can do... Yep, that's exactly what I did. I didn't hit up on the thumbstick or the C stick. Nope, sure didn't. That looks like a quiver to me. Sorry for the being loud on the mic. I had to lean in to see that. So that would be nice, but it's not really necessary, per se. and I could get the Skulltula while out here as an adult. So what did I get stuck on as an adult? I didn't have Zelda's Lullaby or the Hammer. But I think I needed a key. Did I need a key to progress through here? That's what I don't remember. Like, if I needed a key, great. Now I've got 2 of them. If I needed to undo some bars, then that's a problem. But I don't think I needed to undo bars. Because what would have been the switch? It's not the hammer. The hammer summons the grapple thing, so I think I did just need the key. Is there anything else I can do as a kid? Yeah, there is one other thing. I don't know why I forgot about it till now. I'm curious, has Chad been screaming at me to do it? Nope. Okay. It was bottom of the well. I was thinking bottom of the well, because, again, Song of Storms. Because by itself, as cool as Song of Storms is, it really only awards, like, a small amount of checks, and one of them is access to bottom of the well. It's pretty much that, the frogs, and the 2 grottos, but we got the 2 grottos and the frogs, so... But yeah, that's the other thing it allows access to. Can't complete it, but I can get a fair few checks in there. I can think of it like at least 3 or 4 I can get. It's a little bit more difficult without the lens, but it's certainly not impossible. It'll be the ones for the Dead Hand Room, and then, like, 2 others. Which, there's a lot of chests in there. There's, like, 10, I think. So I won't be able to get 4 of them, but... It's still enough checks to at least give it an attempt. And it's more likely to get results than going back to the Spirit Temple and potentially getting nothing. And if it's not either of those, truthfully, I honestly don't know where else it would be. Unless it's just, like, in that first Fire Temple chest, which would be a very odd place to put the one thing you need to progress. Not impossible, but very unlikely. Alright, let's take a look. I have to come down here anyway for whatever medallion it was, so... Who knows, maybe we'll pick that up. Since I know it's not the Shadow or Spirit one, if it's the water or fire, I might want to try to concentrate on finding whichever of the 2 that it's not there, and seeing if I can make the Nocturne of Shadow sound pop up, and that might be the way to go, but we'll see. Oh, just go. Stupid. Not a great start, but we've got more ahead. More tunic. Not horrible, but didn't really need it, so thanks, I guess, question mark. I'll deal with that chest over there last, because that one's a gigantic pain to do. Nope, I'm falling for that. Excuse me, I was not in radius of that, and you cannot convince me otherwise. Hey, there we go. Rido's letter. Alright, I'm still gonna stick around here and grab everything I can, but that's the breakout item right there, boys. That was what we needed. There are fake floors everywhere, including right there. That's why I'm doing all these weird pathways. It's just we don't have the lens. I know where they are. Oh, there's the water medallion. So it's fire we need to pick up at some point. Pretty sure you can cut through the center right here. Yep, there it is. The only real downside here is there's a distinct likelihood the rest of these that we're going to find is going to be keys. Like that. Because there's 3 keys in here. I'm going to hang on to that key so I can get to that chest right there. The other 2 just lead to Skull Tool tokens, which while might be necessary are not as big as getting the chest now. Getting the 2 Skull Tools is basically a 1/5 of the way to the reward. The chance at a good reward as opposed to just the chance at the good reward. So there's 1. Hylian shield. Alright, we have all the shields, so that's kind of nice. Actually managed to do that. I almost fell through there, but didn't quite. I do want to go down there at the end of this, though, because there's 1 chest down there. Do that. Really deal with that while I was trying to get this token. Alright, so that's everything except for that 1 chest there. Which I don't think we can actually get that one. I'm just gonna intentionally take a dive here and go get the one on the bottom. I think this is all we can do here is just this last one. I think all the other ones are blocked by water. That might be a giant window, but it might be doable. Well, not if you do that, dude. I wanted you to turn around. There you go. Not quite. Alright. It's worth it for a treasure chest check. Not for that, though. Let me take a look at here again. I want to make sure. Yeah, so those 2 on the right, those are dead hand ones. I can't reach those. I can actually reach that other one, so I'll go get that. Those 2 I can't get. Those are both blocked by water. Alright, so I'll go get that last one. And whatever it might be. It's probably going to end up being a key. Of the 4 left, 2 of them are going to be keys. So 50% is actually not horrible odds, considering there's like hundreds of chests in this game, so normally it would be less than 1%. By comparison, 50 seems pretty dang high. But yeah, I can totally get that one. Thought I'd made a full loop and I hadn't. Yeah, alright, well. For argument's sake, and the argument being, hey, you're gonna need 30, 40, 50 Skulltulas. Let's go and grab it. Oh, I'm very glad we found that letter, because I was definitely running out of ideas there. I'm not gonna lie. fastest way to Jabu, would be my guess. So we can clear out Jabu and we can clear out Ice Cave. And if we don't find something there, then we're going to be back in the same boat. But I'm willing to bet we probably won't be. At the very least, clearing out Ice Cave will give us the song. And the song will probably steamroll into getting the remaining songs. Because it will either be Saria's song, which can get us to Minuet. Minuet itself. And both of those would get us to Forest Temple. Zelda's Lullaby, which would give us to a bunch of stuff. What else do we have that we don't have? Those are probably the three we want the most. Is Saria, Minuet, or Lullaby. Which is these three. Probably the worst one we could get would be Song Time. Prelude wouldn't be that much better, but it would be nice to have the warp, but not really necessary. That one's more helpful for the warp as a kid, because you can just save reset as an adult. So we've kind of reached the point since we've done a fair bit as a kid, and wow, that's almost done. We literally just need the hover boots there. For the actual equipment, I know there's still the bag and the whatever the other item is. On the off chance this guy sells Deku Sticks, I highly doubt it, but yeah, I didn't think so. Since we're about to go kill Baronade, and the Deku Sticks will make that go faster. If you want to see what gameplay is like without the Kokiri sword, this is basically it, which is part of the reason I turned it on, is like... I wouldn't even say it makes the game harder to not have the sword, it's just more inconvenient. Of like, constantly having to grind for sticks, buy sticks where available. Like, that's about it, really. So, yeah, that should be plenty. Alright, is the kid version, there's nothing we can do in Fountain itself. Normally we would go get Ferora's Wind, but as we have no Zelda's Lullaby, we still do not have access to any of the fairy fountains. Because otherwise, I believe we'd actually have access to all of them, even the one by Ganon's Tower, because we have the gold gauntlets. Usually finding the strength upgrades for me is a problem, but not so here. Oh, right. We also need a fish. They say that behind a desert waterfall is a strength upgrade. Yeah, we already got that. That's the first one we picked up, actually. Well, good news, I'm gonna go get another Deku Stick while I'm here. No, not through there, you silly. Because I was not about to go in the shop and spend, is it 200 to buy a fish? Yeah. Like, or you could just alternatively take 10 steps to your left and get one for free. So that puts us at 9. Yeah, that should be plenty. I think that's actually basically max. I don't think we've picked up a Deku Stick upgrade yet. We've gotten the nuts to 30, but I don't think... No, I'm pretty sure we haven't. I'm not about to walk all the way back there and find out either. So we can at least toggle the switches. We don't have the slingshot, we do have the boomerang, so that should work just fine, I'm pretty sure. I know you can actually use the bomb shoe as well, or I think a bomb with good timing. I know the bomb chew works because I convinced somebody to try it when they were playing. And yeah, the bomb chew to toggle the uvula switches actually works. You wouldn't think it would, but yeah, it totally does. Every time I hear him, he just sounds like an old refrigerator. It's bad. Ooh, yes, actually, please and thanks. Oh well, I was hoping for magic. After that bubble drop that I was like, oh right, I don't have any magic. I don't think I'm gonna need it in here, but it would be nice to have. I'm sure somebody will drop some though. Rupees? No thanks. I'm good on rupees. Oh, Rudo. Before... Oh no, they're on that side. Okay. We'll deal with that when we come back down here after having taken care of the tongues. Nice little trick with these guys. Deku Nut, jump tag. It'll kill him in one hit. I know I already hit him once, but it will kill him in one hit. Same as the Wolfos tail. So, bear that in mind. We're gonna get pretty close to 30, if not 30 outright. I can think of 3 more tokens in this dungeon. The 2 we just saw, and then the one that's right before the boss room, so we're pretty close to 30. While it is fun to throw Rudo at that, I guess we'll do it I was going to say the conventional way, but the conventional way would be using the slingshot, so that's not technically true either, because you would have the boomerang by this point. What a dumbass. Well, while this rises, what has chat got anything interesting to say? Nope. And away we go. I always like this dungeon for some weird reason. I don't like how it looks, just like this is the only dungeon of the kid dungeons. I'm not counting Bottom of the Well in this. That actually felt like somewhat of a challenge. Yeah, here, we'll use the proper example of what I meant by this earlier. 1 to bring them out, 1 to stun them. Reapply, much like sunscreen, and there you go, done. Very, very easy to kill with Deku Nuts. Alright, Vanilla Boomerang. Just a piece of art, alright. That is fine, we still have more to check. And even if we got Squat here, Ice Cavern might have it, so... Plus, we're picking up the tokens, which is good, because I'm thinking more and more the Skulltula reward is going to be that Kokiri Emerald. Don't know which one, but one of them will be. Oh, right, I actually have to go and pick up a chest. I was thinking this was the other ones, because that's the only one that actually gives you a chest, which is the map. Hey, there we go. At long last, the bomb bag. No longer will we have to use bomb cheese to navigate our way around here. That will make things substantially easier. Like, we could have kept doing it with bomb cheese, but I really didn't want to. That will be Vanilla Compass. While the bombs were nice, that doesn't really get us anywhere in terms of overall progression. It just makes quality of life stuff easier. I guess it does give us Bombchu Bowling, though. The spinning urn, too, once we actually get to the ability to do that. Dark red one. I don't know what color that's supposed. It's a very weird color. The first one's clearly red, the last one's clearly green. I don't know what color that one's supposed to be. It's like a maroon, dark red, brownish color. It's very odd. It's not a very satisfying color to look at, but oh well. So as a kid, I always destroyed these jellyfish before taking on the tail. Turns out you actually have to kill all enemies in this room, not just the tail. I figured it was just the tail and was like, oh, okay, you can just do that and be on your merry way. Nope. You actually have to kill everything in here. Please target what I'm trying to target. Now we can progress on for Ruto to get her Zora Sapphire, even though it's not actually Zora Sapphire because we already picked that up. It will still show up as the Sapphire in the cutscene, tragically. It would be funny if whatever, like, actually dropped for the overall item was what she got, so she could get, like, a Deku Nut or a piece of heart or something like that, but... oh well. Normally I wouldn't bother with him, but he is getting just a tiny bit too close. Alright, two more, and again, I know where one is left, at least. Yeah, see? Still Zora Sapphire. Again, it would be funny if it was just whatever you got in place of the Sapphire, but... oh well. She just gets frozen by an ice trap instead. Bear that in mind for when I get frozen by an ice trap at the end of this. And now time for a mini-boss that used to infuriate many kids, but if you know the art of intentionally taking damage, this guy is an absolute pushover. So the trick for getting rid of this guy quickly... let him move a little bit, potentially bump into him. He'll turn around. The game can freeze you in place. Boomerang, jump attack with the Deku Stick, and he dies in one hit. If that guy infuriated as a kid, do not worry, he infuriated me too, but that is an easy way to eliminate him. don't know why Link did not go for that, but okay. He just really wanted to go wait around in that stomach acid, I guess. Nasty ass part right here. Like, ugh, that's inside your stomach, dude. Is that what it feels like when food drops in like your small to large intestine or something? It's disgusting. Or like when something finally settles, like right when you get past that point of having a stomach ache because you ate too much. Ugh. They say there's some horror is there's nothing scarier than just leaving it to your imagination, but in many cases, it's also there's nothing more disgusting than just leaving it to your imagination, too. 29. Let's go fight Baronade. I'm always impressed with myself for managing to get Baronade more fun and more feel from Twilight Princess correct. I feel like I'd always mix them up, but somehow I never did. Speaking of one of the things I like about this dungeon, this is probably the only boss that's actually capable of capacity. Queen Gohma's not. Oh, sure is. He's bar none, the easiest boss. Let's switch Deku Nuts. But you can get rid of those with Deku Nuts. Reapply the stun as needed. Another trick here I learned is if you intentionally run into this guy, he'll automatically get back up. Provided you're okay with taking the damage, you might as well. And there we go. Done and dusted. And popped like a really nasty Zid. That's just, ugh. Still not, like, insanely tough or anything, but you have to admit, by comparison to Gohma and King Ding Dong, definitely the hardest of the three. Not a high bar to clear, but still. Well, it wasn't an ice trap. Heart container, heart piece. So ironically enough, the only kid dungeon we haven't cleared is, well, I guess technically bottom of the well. We haven't cleaned it out, but it's inside the Deku tree. So with that all done, did we get anything that we really needed there? I don't think we did. The bombs, but like, while nice, again, I think the only thing that really does for us is unlock the Bombchu bowling. Since we're headed back that way anyway, that works out. And thankfully, for those that have never played a randomizer before, the first two prizes that Bombchu Bowling will offer will always be the ones that are, like, the proper prizes, even if they're actual crap. As opposed to the random roulette of, like, something between a heart piece, the bomb bag, 50 rupees, Bombchu, and whatever the other thing is that they can give you. It'll always just be the first two ones, so you'll always know. So we'll check those. If those are duds, we go to Ice Cavern, I guess. Oh, no, wait, we can't go to Ice Cavern, actually. Shoot. We don't have Zelda's Lullaby. And we can't get in through the Silver Scale way, because it's going to be frozen. We actually can't do that. The sad thing is, we do have access to one other dungeon to get a decent way through. The problem is, it's the Water Temple. because we have the boots, we have the hook shot, we have the bow and arrow, and we have the bombs. You need the long shot to finish it, yes, but to get in there, all you need is the hook shot and the iron boots. I'd sooner deal with the Shadow Temple if we had that option, but we don't have the hover boots yet, so... I might take a look at another look at where that fire medallion is and see if I can figure out some way to get it there. I think the light medallion was training grounds, but I don't remember where the fire one was. Really anything else we can do with bombs as a kid, like specifically with bombs and not bomb shoes? I think it is just this. So I would really like to see the hover boots pop up here. There's a couple other things, while not vital, that would be nice. The double magic would be nice. Oh, I thought for a split second it was because the little green tint on it, but no, that's just a shield. Burn them all! Don't care about that prize. Don't care about that either. Alright. Bomb shoe bowling was a bust. No, I don't want to play again. Bad enough that minigame's a pain. It's also bad. It makes it even worse that it's one of the more expensive ones too. I think almost everything else is 20 or 10. Pretty sure. So Ice Cavern's not an option, huh? That's a bit of a bummer. Kakariko Village. I want to go back to Spirit Temple and check. I'm going to grab that quiver upgrade for one. Don't think I didn't forget about that. I might forget a lot of things, but I don't forget what's in the Desert Colossus because there's not too much. And provided we can get further through the Spirit Temple, I gotta imagine there's at least one Gold Skulltula we could get there. Which would get us to 30, potentially get us the Emerald, and if that is the Emerald, then we can do more of the side quests, get the Ocarina of Time and whatever song comes with it. And by the Ocarina of Time I mean the gold scale, but you know what I mean. Because at this point, there's not a lot of options left for what that could be. If it's Prelude or, well, a Song of Time, that would kind of suck, but if it's any of the others, we have at least something. And yeah, we can get 30, because we're going to get 30 right here. Yeah. Nice. It's well worth the walk back and dealing with the levers. Price I'm willing to pay to make sure I can potentially get that emerald. If not, well, then we're gonna have to keep hunting, I suppose. Or maybe it's something in Kakariko I've forgotten, but I don't think it is. I still need to go and do the Graveyard Bean, but the Graveyard is treated as a separate location from Kakariko Village, so when it says the Kokiri Emerald's there, it's not referring to the Graveyard. I'm like 95% sure the Graveyard is counted as its own separate entity. But after I'm done with the Spirit Temple, I'll be sure to go and check it anyway. Still can't get that chest over there with the map. could have sworn we picked up 2 keys. Oh no, because we used one, that's right. Well, we still have a key, so potentially can get a little bit farther in here. Hello, Mr. Floormaster. I'm gonna ignore you. I know that's a bit rude, but quite frankly, you're a bit rude by trying to grab me. It was a key. Alright, we can progress at least a little bit here. Provided we stay okay on keys, I'm pretty sure we can clear out the dungeon otherwise. Already have it equipped. Oh, nice. I think I actually got all 3 of them. The first proper bomb of the rando. And thankfully I did not whiff the shot and just fall flat on my face with it either, so that's good. Eventually we're going to start running out of pieces of heart to pick up, game. You know that, right? Deku sticks. We've gotten so many pieces of heart and heart containers, like, we gotta be running low on those. Wow, that was pathetic. Though to be fair, it is the Goron sword, not the Kokiri knife, so... Or Kniffy, rather. Hey, there's those hover boots. What a weird place for them, where the mirror shield is, of all things. Alright, so that's more Shadow Temple to do, and you don't actually need the long shot to beat the Shadow Temple, so we could clear that. Is there anywhere else we can go? I know we can't clear it, because we need Zelda's Lullaby for a couple things. And that we need a key for. Alright, so that's unfortunately where the Spirit Temple ends for the time being, but the boots got us somewhere. Can I just warp out of here? Or is it gonna scream at me being like, oh, you're in a dungeon? Okay, good. It's not gonna do that. Alright, before I stupidly forget. I did plant that bean. I wanna know, man. Was it my own stupidity that caused me to get stuck for as long as I did? Was it just because I didn't bother to plant that bean? Or did it ultimately not matter? Eh, of course it was a bomb bag. Somehow I had a feeling. Oh well, we managed without it, so... But just think, the minute I switched to adult, after... And again, the bomb shoes aren't in logic, but... Like, the minute I had access to getting the beans, which I guess would have been as early as getting the silver scale, really, because I could have just gone backwards through Zora's River. But still, yeah, that was pretty dumb, even for me. And so now we play a game of trial and error, which is always fun. Emphasis on the error. And I do believe it continues to switch every time, so I don't think you can just be like, okay, well, it wasn't the closest two to push, so just keep going, but, like, we'll try every skull. Provided the game lets us, we'll try every skull, and if it doesn't work, then obviously it's not the same one every time I come through here. We tried that one and the one that was also close to the torch. Let's try the second closest. Nope. Or if you use the hover boots, it would let you circumvent that. Probably not, because the boots would be slippery, so you probably wouldn't get enough traction to go, and you'd fall regardless, but who knows. Just don't want me to push from that side anymore, so maybe I'll just keep pushing from this, and I'll just keep going counterclockwise, I guess. Is it the one furthest from the torch? No! So if it's not that last one, then we know for a fact it's basically random, and I might as well just push it to the closest one until it's successful. So it could have stayed the same. The other thing is, it still could have been just purely random, and it just happened to fall on the one I chose that time. The world may never know. The world may never want to know, is the other thing. Also, I can equip boots to the D-pad, so just turn them on and off like that. Yeah, we'll just leave that on. Alright, let's see if we can't find anything useful in here. Here being the Shadow Temple, not just specifically this room. How graceful was that dodge, though? I tried to roll, but it didn't take my input that time. I guess I can show this off, because somebody showed me this before. Don't need the hook shot to do that. Alright, this is a key, I think, in default. Piece of ass. We do have the Shadow Medallions in here somewhere, so... Which is the other bummer about not getting far enough in the Spirit Temple, is potentially we could have gotten the Spirit Medallion. Could have given us whatever light arrows turned into, but oh well. You best believe I'd be grabbing that magic before I get out of here, though. Thank you. Speaking of elemental things, the completely useless ice arrows. I'll probably actually take a green potion with me to the final fight if we get that far, and I'm not at double magic, since the light arrows are a little pricey. Was it really necessary to ambush us with big Skulltulas like 4 times? Like, once I kind of get, but 4 times, like, that just goes into the territory of being obnoxious at that point. I'm not even gonna deal with that guy. I'm gonna go over here, A, to get the treasure chests, and B, to reset in case I fall in this room or something like that. Because it will send you all the way back and you'll have to kill those 4 spiders again. And it's just like, nobody asked for that. If you did, then shame on you. see what we got. Oh, right. I forgot you were in here. Right, we forgot to pick up the 30 tokens. I need to do that as well. Shadow Medallion. Good. We will need that. Key. Good. We will also need that. And now the question is, how much farther can we get? Again, I'm pretty sure we can clear the dungeon entirely with what we got. Also, yes, that guy did have a silver rupee in him. You can just bump him. You don't even actually have to kill him. Just bump into him. He doesn't damage you unless he actually hits you with the laser, so by all means. 3 chests in here, so hopefully we'll find something good. I'm gonna suspect probably 2 of these are gonna be keys, and my guess is one of them will actually be the boss key. But I do not know what the third thing will be. That's the only thing I wish I'd had a tracker for, is to keep track of specifically how many pieces of heart and heart containers that I've got. I've definitely gotten a fair few each. I've gotten the double defense, so like, health-wise, I'm more than clear to beat the game. More than clear. Alright, I made good on my promise for a key. Is the last one going to be the boss key? Nope. He's fart. Went for a gamble there. Still nothing. Alright. I know you can technically, like, do stuff like shoot arrows or fire the hook shot. And if it doesn't clang into anything, then that means it's not there, obviously. Maybe I'll just do that. The thing is, that platform actually moves pretty quickly. The first one doesn't move at all. It just is completely stationary. Cause see, like, I shot an arrow into it there, and by the time I got over there, it either wasn't there anymore, or it went too far to the right. Okay, I can't do that. Figured it was worth a try, if I didn't have to wait for that elevator. what I mean? It's just by the time that it gets there. Or like by the time that I fire the arrow and it's like, oh, it's there, but by the time I get out of that screen and run towards it, it's not there anymore. I'm having this much luck and just trying to board a platform. Imagine how bad fighting Long and Long is gonna go. Because again, you don't need the lens to beat him. You can entirely beat him without. Okay, yeah, we'll just do that. See what I mean? That is not a very big window. Alright, let's see here. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,005. Okay. Bingo. Alright. Ridiculous boots off. Take those off too for crying out loud. Alright, I'll take a key. Pretty much as long as it's a key or like something else I would want, then great. Otherwise, I don't remember where the grappling hook on this one is. But the thing is, I do know where this one is, so we can trick this out a little bit. That's not what I wanted to do. So if you stand on top of the chest, it doesn't have to be open, I don't think, but why wouldn't you open it? Then your hook shot, without being a long shot, is just barely far enough to be able to get there. Alright, meanwhile, back to this problem. I feel like this is too high. Alright, I guess it's not. That grapple point did feel like it was way too high, though. But we got it, so that's the important thing. I'll deal with him in a second. Don't think I don't see him down there. That one just looks like bombs. Well, probably would have gotten there if he had switched weapons. There we go. Once you've killed all enemies in this room, not counting him, I guess. Funny, I can find that one, no problem. This one doesn't technically require boots, but it helps. I know for a fact that door back there does not have anything other than the hint of how you progress. extremely funny. Thank you, game. 10 out of 10. Now please let me move forward. Getting stuck on the corpse. Why does it always happen? Things have like really weird hitboxes. I noticed that watching somebody else play too is like if you stun them, there's a spot where you can get like around them in tight corridors, but it requires going between the leg and the main part of the body. It's really weird. You think it'd be the outside, but nope. Oh, there is a chest. Also some now dead redeads. They're re-redeads. Yeah, I think it's like right here. Yeah. Some weird position. Well, that wasn't anything too worthwhile. The extra Decanets are nice, but again, the only thing I really need to kill with those now is Ganon, but with the Goron sword, those probably will not be necessary. You certainly don't have to aim them as much, so like if you're bad at aiming at Ganon's tail, they're like the perfect thing to use against him. Pretty much as long as you're behind him in any capacity, you're pretty much okay. There's the poop chest. This is a bloopy normally. Boss key. What do we got here? Key, which is, I believe, what it is in vanilla. So I think that's all the keys we actually need, right? Yes. And there will be no more keys in this dungeon. There will be no more shenanigans with the ladder, either. Ah, but yes, we have no Zelda's Lullaby, and as a result, this is as far as we go. So what did we pick up from here? Ice arrows, which don't do squat. Those are completely useless. So we're missing slingshot, hammer, the lens, and 2 bottles here. 3 of the medallions. Okay, let's think about the songs again real quick. I actually don't remember where the fire medallion is, so I need to go check that. So, in vanilla, the ones we don't have are, we don't have Menuetta Forest, and we can't get to that without Saria's song. So we can't access that. Serenade we can't access because we can't get into Ice Cavern because we have no Zelda's Lullaby. Nocturne we don't have because we don't have the Fire Medallion. Song of Time we don't have because we don't have the Ocarina of Time. Sun Song we don't have because we don't have Zelda's Lullaby. So it's got to be either, we need either the Ocarina of Time or the Fire Medallion. So we need either the Kokiri Emerald, which is in, I keep forgetting where it is. Which is either the Skulltula Reward, presumably, because it's in Kakariko Village. And I can't think of anything else in Kakariko that it could be other than that. Or we need the Fire Medallion. And I offhand don't remember where the Fire Medallion is, but we can check that pretty quick. Well, one of the things I definitely want to do is check that 30 reward, because if it is the Kokiri Emerald, then we can actually make some progress if the Song of Time, whatever it changed into, is Minuet, Saria, or Lullaby. If it's not, and it's Prelude or Song of Time, that probably means we need to get the Fire Medallion for Nocturne. And if that ends up being the remaining 2 and it's Lullaby, Minuet, and Sorry we don't have, then I have no idea what to do. let this be the emerald. That's not the emerald. Alright, back to the Temple of Time. Where is the fire medallion? So this is GTG. Can't access. Link's Pocket, so we have it. Gerudo Valley. So we need the hammer, is what you're saying, because we got the waterfall one and we got the one that's up on the weird platform. So it's the only check left is the one where we need the hammer. Bottom of the Well, did we pick that up? Yeah, we picked that one up. Spirit Temple, we haven't gotten that far in. Shadow Temple, we picked that up. So we need the hammer. And all comes back to the hammer. Of course it does. On the off chance. I sincerely doubt this is correct. But it could be. Also, for giggles, we can put the fire tunic on. So either one of three things is going to happen with this chest. Either A, it's the hammer, and we can probably clear Fire Temple. 2, it's a key, and we can progress in the Fire Temple, potentially clear it if we find the hammer later. Or 3, it's not either of those things, and this is not the correct solution. Because this has to be a hammer or a key to progress. If it's not either of those things, we cannot progress. In here. It is a key, alright, so we can progress. And I know we do have access to Water Temple, I know, but like I really don't want to go in there unless I have to. But it's starting to look like I'm gonna have to. This forest we can't access. Shadow and Spirit we've gone as far as we can, and Fire we're in right now, and if we go as far as we can in Fire and can't access it, then we can't finish out Bottom of the Well, we can't finish Deku Tree, and we finished all the other kid dungeons. The thing is, with just how the setup of Fire Temple works, we're mostly going to be seeing keys in here. The fact we just picked up bombs is actually going to be a problem, because that wasn't a key. I can't get to that, but that's a gold Skulltula, so it's not as bad as it could be. Which means this is almost assuredly going to be a key, and we're going to get stuck, basically, again. Go one broom further, and then it's going to be a second locked door that we will not have a key to access. Oh, we didn't get a key in either. Okay, so we can't progress at all in here. We need the hammer. Alright, I'll bite. No, that's not the right one. Because I truthfully do not know where else to go. Well, no, we can't go anywhere in here. Well, we can get a chest, maybe 2. but it's not gonna be a lot. And because I haven't shown it off, the Zora tunic. There's really not a lot we can do in here, though, because we can't change the water level at all. Just a quick run around. That's obviously impossible. We have no key. No long shot to reach that. Where's this one go to? The last one is obviously the one we just came from, so that's the exit. I keep doing that on instinct from all the times I played the Virtual Console version. Right, you just push this so you can get it later. There's not really anything we can do there for the time being, other than that one move. There's nothing you'd be able to do on the second thing. I'm just gonna do all the air quote wrong ones before I do the right one. That one we can't go to. Requires long shot, right? No, maybe it doesn't. Oh no, it requires a key. Well, that's gonna be of no use then. That we can't push the blocks, the platform's not there. This, I think you need to destroy a cracked surface with a bomb, so with water there, that's obviously not going to happen. Yep. Which only leaves the actual correct way to go. Which will get us to a chest. And that's going to be it, because we can't, again, we can't lower the water level. So we can't get in that door. We can't blow up that cracked wall, so we can't get either of those chests, so... In the scheme of the Water Temple, we will not be going very far. Get out of here. I think you're doing these stupid little spike rock things. Alright, let's see it. I guess we could go and check that one thing now, because we have a key. I feel like that's a mistake, though. I feel like if we do that, we're going to be shooting ourselves in the foot. But... that was the north one. I should have gone the other way. My brain said go clockwise. Also, I'm getting messages. Hold on a second. Somebody just had technical difficulties, I guess. Not on my side, on the stream that went live earlier, in case you're wanting context. I don't think we can get to that, actually. Nope. Okay. So the temples are not an option. We have gone as far as we can go in every temple, cleared the ones we could, and stopped in the ones we couldn't. Whoa. Is it just hunting for 7 more tokens? It might be. Cannot stress enough how I really hope this isn't the answer, but I'm afraid it might be. So at this point, I'm gonna be willing to open the table to giving me ideas. I didn't give anybody the cheat sheet, and I have not looked at the cheat. I mean, at this point, if I had looked at the cheat sheet, I'm pretty sure you would have known, because I would have gone to the correct spot at this point. I wouldn't have gone into the water temple at all. I would have definitely cheated by that point. But I'm willing to open up the forum to the question, is there anything that anybody has seen me miss? Like, something that I could have gotten that I have not? Besides the Skulltulas, because that's what I'm going to be doing right now, is hunting for those. So, not including the Skulltula tokens, is there anything I missed, kid or adult? And remember, logic is included, so stuff like the treasure chest game would not apply unless I had the Lens of Truth, for example. A feat of strength rewards thieves with bombs, 5 pizzas. That's probably the GTG thing, but I'm not 100% sure. It's something with a strength upgrade, obviously. Now I could go around looking for Skulltulas, or I could just do the glitch. And honestly, I'm not opposed to doing this specific glitch, because otherwise it's just going to be me planting bugs in, like, the spot that's in Gerudo Valley, the spots that are in Kokiri Village, getting the ones that are on the back of the houses in Kokiri Village. Like, could I scrounge up 7? Yeah, sure, but do you want to watch me do that? Probably not. Missed. Alright, I did not mean to get bumped into that, but sure. The fact the game is trying to dissuade me from doing this tells me this is probably the solution, is the Skulltulas to get the Kokiri Emerald. Even as I'm doing this, I'm still trying to think of, like, possible answers this could have been. Oh, I didn't do it correctly, or it got patched out, one of the two. Alright, I'm gonna reset and then grab the Skulltulas on the way, because I didn't save for that specific one. Because I saved before I left Water Temple, so I don't have anything different here. Sorry for being quiet. I'm not angry or anything. I'm still trying to go through my head. I'm like, what did I possibly miss? What is a location I am not thinking of? Oh, the Wolfos Grotto. That's one I didn't think of. The Wolfos Grotto and Sacred Forest Meadow. I'm still gonna grab Skulltulus because, again, I'm leaning towards the solution being this. Of needing either the emerald or that, but maybe the hammer's there. Let's say like a patch of... Nope. Get off of there. I want to say there's one behind Link's house, but I think I might just be making that up. Hi, Saria. Yeah, I'm just making that up. Okay. Trying to think if it's not the hammer, what else could it be that might be useful? I guess the lens technically gives us the treasure chests minigame. The slingshot gives us some stuff, sure. That's about all it could be, because that's the hammer, the lens, and the... I mean, an extra bottle wouldn't do anything. We obviously have all this. Gold scale would be useless. We have the bomb bag and the gauntlets. I'm not even sure what that top thing is. We know where the medallions and songs and those are. It could be the Gerudo card, I guess. I don't know which of those... I guess the Gerudo card would probably be the one I'd want the most, just because that gives us the access to the most options. Also, in case anybody wanted proof from earlier when I said this is not a grotto. There you go, not a grotto. Back earlier before I had the bomb bag and only had the bomb shoes. Something good. Yeah, okay. That's something, at least. It's something. I can work with that, at least. The problem is, other than the treasure chest minigame, does that actually give us anything? Because that doesn't change the fact we can't finish bottom of the well. I grabbed everything in there that I possibly could, with or without the lens. It's Zelda's lullaby that I need. There's nothing left out here in Hyrule Field, I'm pretty sure. As kid or adult. I think there's a grotto in that back tree, like way, way back there. It's not even in draw distance yet, I don't think. But I'm also pretty sure it doesn't have a chest. I think it's just Deku Script salesmen that don't actually give anything worthwhile. Good morning, everyone. It's time to go back to bed.
never had an item get locked behind this minigame before, like an item actually needed, but I have seen it happen, so let's find out. I'm not even gonna use the lens. I want the suspense. I want this to be beautiful. Make it something good, please. A bundle of arrows, huh? That's what constitutes as good. All right. Well, if that's the case, let's see if anybody came up with any other ideas. Nope, nothing yet. I think of at least 2 more Skulltulas I can grab in different areas, so I'll go get those. Not really an easy way to get to Gerudo Valley, tragically. Oh, you know what? The grotto I was thinking of earlier. I don't think it had a salesman or scrub or anything in it, but it might have had a gold Skulltula token. Yep. Truthfully, I don't even know if I know the tokens well enough to get to 50. I can get to 40, I'm pretty sure. I can think of now 3 in the loop that I'm taking. 2 in Gerudo Valley, and then can jump off and go to Lake Hylia where I can pick up 1 more. Which would put us at 38. If I just use the glitch one normally get to 39, that would just mean I need 1 more. Man, if it's locked behind 50 though, that might be it at that point, if it is well and truly locked behind 50. Well, no, because there's one other I can think of. Well, not for 50, I was thinking for 40. For 40, there's one more I know I can get that's in Goron City as an adult. So I can get to 40, for sure. Away with you. Go be free. Be free. No, go be free. There you go. Be free. Guess I still end up needing those. 37. Whoa, okay, that was weird. Alright, we'll just pretend that that didn't happen. They said final reward from the frog. Oh god, I thought it was about to tell me the Skulltulas, and I'm like, please don't tell me. I don't think I can handle it. Okay, so that's the other frog one is a piece of heart, so it's not too big a deal if we don't get that one. Alright, that's 38. No hearts? Seriously? Yeah. That's what I get for taking the time to stock up, huh? It's like 3 to 4 rupees, a single bomb, and a heart, and that was it. Alright. I want to get that glitch one last, so that if 40 ends up being a dud, and it is 50, I can keep trying. Again, maybe they patched it out on this. I don't know for sure. But if 40 ends up being the answer either for the hammer or for the emerald, then I'll save right after I pick that up, and so I will not have the ability to use that again. Really, even the slingshot, anything worthwhile at this point. So I gotta think, like, what else in Kakariko have I not done? And I don't think there's anything. Because while I did forget the Wolfos Grotto and Sacred Forest Meadow, I didn't forget the one in Kakariko behind the tree, like right in the center of town. I did the chickens, I did the cow in the cage. I checked the windmill one, I didn't get it, but it was a purple rupee, we all saw that one. Like, there's a Skulltula token I didn't pick up, but that's because I didn't have the slingshot, but that isn't shuffled. I got the guy on top of the house, I got the grotto towards the potion shop. Some of these items I have a good idea where they are, but stuff like the slingshot and the hammer, like, no clue. Haven't gotten any Gossip Stone clues from. But I know I need the hammer for that medallion, because if that medallion is in Gerudo Valley, it's got to be in that one chest behind those rocks you need the hammer for. That's the only check that I have not done there. plays out. I'm gonna check messages real quick. No, not that. I hit the wrong button. There's not anything at Mountain Crater I missed, I'm pretty sure. We took the beam, that got us to the Sapphire, we got the song. Got the thing on the wall, did the grotto. I don't think there's anything else in here. Can't get that, because we have no hammer. Even if we did, we had no Zelda's Lullaby, so that would have made no difference. Just for the sake of saying we pulled it. Oh, right, we didn't do the pot spinning game as a kid. I need to check that, too. To see if Din's Fire works, because initially I was like, oh, I can Din's Fire and Deku Stick, and said, no, it wouldn't work, because at the time, we didn't have bombs. We do have bombs now, though. So that's one other possible option. Sir, was there a particular reason you decided to do that? You're gonna have to walk up more stairs. I can't imagine why you'd want to do that. Warp back to Temple of Time. Watch it be the spinning pot of all things. That would be so stupid. For it to be the hammer, or the slingshot, or the Gerudo training. That would be like the best case scenario is the GTG card. Because there's a lot of checks in there. We have most of the equipment. Pretty much the only thing we don't have is the long shot. And the hammer, obviously. But there's still a fair few checks you can do with just like the bow and arrow and the gold gauntlets and stuff like that. Nothing left on the trail it could be. Though after I do the pot, if the pot is bogus, I'm gonna do the backflip off the thing to see if it was a shield. I'm pretty dang sure we saw the Deku Shield logo, but if that was the Gerudo Training Ground card, then that's no one to blame but myself for that one. If that's what it was. But I don't think it was. It didn't look like the shape, and it didn't look like the size, and it didn't look like the logo for it either. So I don't think it was. The pot, on the other hand, could be it. We've got no clue to what that gives. I would say there's one other check, but since logic is included, thank heavens we don't have to go backwards through the Haunted Wasteland. I have done that before, because there is one singular check in there that requires fire arrows or Din's Fire. And by doing that, you can spawn a chest and there's a gold Skulltula around. But if logic's included, that's not going to be something we need to do without having access to the card, thankfully. one more time as soon as I kill this thing right here. Yeah, I'm like very sure that's a shield. Yeah, that's definitely a shield. There's no way that's not. The access card doesn't have like little red shiny things on it either. It's just like a piece of brown paper, so that is probably not it. There's nothing towards the top of the mountain we haven't already picked up, so it can't be any of those. Did we check this? Okay, yeah, we did. Pop off the wallet, why not? Watch that be the reward. It's just a wallet, which at this point will be completely and totally useless. Whee! Yeah, that sums up the day Link's been having. Alright. Yeah, I guess I didn't set this to rainbow because it's been staying blue, but again, it is a really cool color of blue, so that's fine. You don't see that every day. Usually the order you pick the torches in is not that. Usually this one right here is the last one that gets lit. Alright boys, let's see it. Nope, bombs. Those are of no help. Is it really locked behind tokens? If it's 50 tokens, I'm in trouble. I'll tell you that right now. I'm in big trouble. I don't know if I can track down 10 more. If I had access to Forest Temple, I could get like 4 really easily. That'd be almost halfway to them. Then it might feel a little bit more doable, but... Well, no. That resetting won't help there. It'll put me farther away. If I could reach this guy with the boomerang, that would save me a lot of grief. But no, it is like just barely short. Well, at least I don't have to play the Sun Song. I must have the Song of Time, but no, the Sun Song. Get the gate back open. Yeah, you get back in the ground, boy. What do you think you're doing? Sorry, was thinking. I was like, did I check the Deku Nut upgrade? The one you have to buy? No, I did. I haven't checked the other one, but that's because I can't right now. So that would require more of the mask side quest, but I can't sell the skull mask until I play Saria's song for the Skull Kid. So not an option, I'm afraid. At least we don't have to walk all the way back to Kakariko either, since I've got Nocturne. But, like, I gotta know now at this point. Sure, kill that guy for good measure. Oh yeah, I guess that might be why the glitch doesn't work. Didn't think of that. That is 40 for the record, though, right? Yes. So it wasn't me messing up the glitch, it was just, there was no way to do it. Before I go in there, is there like a patch right here? I want to say there was. No? Okay, that's just in my head. There are bugs here, though, for the record. Sure, I'll take some bombs. But I gotta know, man. I gotta know. The curse has been broken. Thank you. Here's a reward for you. Dude, I'm begging you, man. I don't know what reward you're about to give me, but for the love of all that's holy, please let it be anything useful. Even if it's not the emerald, the slingshot, especially the Gerudo training card, the hammer, anything. I cannot stress enough how much I'm, like, making this tension that much worse, but I cannot stress enough how much I need you to not screw me right now, my dude. Yep. That's amazing. I picked up the 30 reward, right? It wasn't that stupid. Okay. Okay, so let's stop and think about this for a minute. Like, let's say it's not 50. Let's say the reward is not 50 tokens. What have I not done in Kakariko Village? As a kid and as an adult. I have done the chickens. I've gotten that piece back there with the cow. I've gotten to the man on the roof, and I've gotten to the hole that's back there. I've gotten to this hole here and killed the Redeads and got the chest there. As an adult, I've done the bow and arrow game. I finished that.
I talked to Anju again to get the Pocket Kuko. So I did that. Is there anything else it could possibly be? Like, honestly, I am genuinely stumped now on where I could possibly go. Surely it's not 50 tokens. Like, it can't be. Because I don't know if I could find 10 more. I'm not sure I know the game quite that well to pick up 50 of these things. Like, I managed to get 40, and I'm very impressed with that, honestly. Most of the time I'd be picking them up in temples as I went along. I mean, I guess there's the one in the Deku Tree I could kill with Dense Fire, but that's still 9 more to go. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit baffled in trying to figure out where to go next. Alright, I have to know if it's 50. If it's 50, like, I guess we have a goal, at least. But I really, like, because I could look up the tokens, right? But if I find out that's all for nothing, words could not express how angry I would be. So I will look up only what the 50 is. Okay, I need to check and see what randomizer this is. What number is this? Okay. Make sure I don't open up the wrong log. I'm gonna put this way in the corner, so I cannot get... It is. I lost it on my screen. There we go. Yeah. This is all stuff I've done now, so I can show this. There it is, right there. I minimized it as small as I could while still legible, because we have 10 through 40, we already did all those. The bizarre items don't matter, and we've done both the Anju things, so... That was as small as I can make it. Yep, it's 50. Alright. If that's the case... I will look up the guide for the gold sculptulas. I'll bite the bullet. Alright. That is truly anybody's fear when running a rando, though. It really is. Is that there's going to be something locked behind the 50 reward. If it's 10, 20, or 30, it's not too big a deal. If it's 40, kind of crappy, but like, okay, I can handle. But when it's 50, it's just like, So I'm going to start by seeing if I can kill the one that I passed up that you normally need the slingshot for with Din's Fire, or a good bomb throw could probably do it as well. And I know the bombs killed him because we just saw that happen like 2 minutes ago. They say that playing an ocarina in Lost Woods is rewarded with a red rupee. Yeah, that was the memory game. I thought for a minute that was going to be Saria's song with the Skull Kid, but no. Nah, I was hoping I could get him like that, but it didn't turn out that way. I feel like a bomb throw is entirely doable here. Yeah. Alright. I'm just going to be doing these in order of the guide, so I'm going to be sticking to Kid Link, since I have the utility to reach things a little bit easier with him with the boomerang, since the hook shot's not quite as far. Oops, nope. Why'd I keep doing that? I don't know why my brain's always just like, warp to the graveyard. It's probably because it's the most useful warp, but still. Also, as I'm swinging forward, I'd like to point out that, like, this was actually decently far on the guide. This is 15, according to the order to pick these up. Before I had one that I didn't get. I almost want to say I did this one, but maybe not. Not. Alright. Come here, you little turd. Alright. Yep, we did that. We did that. We did not do that one, though. Oh, there are a fair few here. Oh, it was behind the shop. I knew there was one somewhere there. Okay, so that's where it was. So we can get these 4. Man, I hope these start, like, getting knocked down like dominoes after being deflated by the 50 Skulltula reward. I almost just left. I was just like, okay, I put in the bugs. It's time to go elsewhere. After doing this, man, the rest of this better give me, like, the nicest, smoothest run ever. It better be like, oh yeah, now that you've got the emerald, like here's the Zelda's Lullaby. And the first thing you play it for is gonna give you exactly what you need. Which, like, to be fair, if I got Zelda's Lullaby, I would probably go and get Vanilla Sun Song to get whatever that was. That'd probably be the first thing I do. After that, I would go and clear out the Ice Cavern to get the other. So, like, I would just keep going for songs until I get everything I need. Yes, that is a small mound of dirt. Congratulations. Alright, so that was behind this shop. And that one. And this is by... Yeah, I think I know where that is. I think that's by the forest stage. Is what they're referring to there. Man, I'm glad this music's playing. Something nice, happy tune. Something more cheerful than that. Be like, hey, guess what? You're having a hunt for gold Skulltulas. Congrats. No, I wanted to check this guy just so he went away. I want to say if you buy a bean and plant it here, there might be a gold Skulltula. Yes, sure, we'll pull out the boomerang, but I wanted to go in first person. Because I think the bean takes you up there, and there might be a gold Skulltula up there, but I honestly don't remember. Yeah, we did skip a couple of those, I guess. That we did, that we did, that we did. I know we're going, like, pretty far here. That. Yeah, there's one in Zora's Fountain. Okay, so we'll probably grab those. But first I need to get back to Death Mountain Trail and do that with the bugs. Alright. 45. If we do finish this, I'm gonna look back at the... Because the other thing the guide gives you is, like, an order of, like... If you were doing this ideally, like, as fast as you could within logic, this is the order you would take. Because I'd be curious to know, was there anything I missed that, like, I could have done elsewhere? Because I didn't look for other items. I was just like, what's behind 50? Because you can basically search for the item you want, or, like, what does this reward give? So I searched for what does this reward give. So if it had told me that it wasn't the Kokiri Emerald, then I could have continued to guess and try to figure out what I missed in Kakariko. Okay, there we go. My mouse was giving me the, like, loading wheel for a second there, so... Wanted to make sure it didn't crash. So with the Emerald, we basically get Gold Scale and whatever the Song of Time is, as well as the ability to finish the Mask side quest. Which will probably be the first thing I do so I don't forget it for later. But we can only finish the Mask quest if it gives Saria Song. If it doesn't give Saria Song, we have to keep looking elsewhere. If it gives Minuet, we could still potentially get it by warping there and seeing what vanilla Minuet is. If it gives Lullaby, well, we have plenty of options. We can check Fairy Fountains, stuff like that. If it gives Song of Time, well, that's crap. If it gives Prelude, that's extra crap. And what else is there? Yeah, so 60% chance that it's something good, and a 40% chance that it gives garbage. But I feel like at this point it has to give one of those three songs. Minuet, Saria, or whatever the other one I said was. Actually, I think it has to be Minuet or Saria, right? In terms of what's actually useful. Or, oh, Lullaby. That was the other one. Why am I going this way? Good lord, dude. Fire in the hole! Grab some hearts while we're at it. Pretty sure the last time I collected gold skull shells like this was when I did my 100% playthrough of this game. Just I don't have to sit there getting shot at while I'm waiting for this to come back down. It says bombs are recommended for this one. You don't actually need bombs. You can use these guys to blow up the wall. Also, if you don't like dealing with all the bats, bomb them. And you usually get everything out all at once. Just imagine it's a really good laxative. I think the other one, if I remember right, is pretty close to the end, right? Yeah, towards the end of the dungeon. Yep, I know what room that is. There's no point going all the way around these rooms and fighting Lysalfos. They're not Denalfos, but Denalfos have armor on them. But fighting useless Lysalfos fights, we can just skip that. So again, since this was the adult sections, again, there were no chests in here that we needed, but I didn't think we would be hunting down Skulltulus for the 50 reward. Because if it's any other number, you could probably get away with skipping a few, but... And I'm sure from a technical sense, if I just took all the gear I had as a kid and adult, I could probably get to like 60, maybe 70 tokens in actuality, but still... Can that fairy come back? I'm not going to capture it in a bottle, but I do want to get the health back. Is there anything in here besides a token? No, just an Armos fuck. Alright, let's see. We've got all the ones in Jabu Jabu's belly, so we can go to Zora's Fountain and get 2 more. That one in the tree. Yeah, we can get the remaining ones here. So that's 3 more. I think that's all we needed, right? It was just 3. Oh, just 2. Okay, cool. Alright, off to Zora's Fountain. Man, it's a good thing this isn't like a Link to the Past randomizer where it like shows you what time it took you to get specific items, because I don't think I want to know how long the gap was between like the last key item that I got and the emerald that I'm going to get. Which I guess the last key item was probably what, the Lens of Truth would be my guess? You're coming with me, chicken. It's time to escape these prison walls. Be free with me as we soar into Hyrule Field. Well, at least we get to hear the nice Zora's Domain music and see it in its proper glory before it's frozen over again. I'll try not to flip between tabs too much anymore. I am curious as to what the Song of Time is going to flip into, though. I really hope it's Saria or Minuet. Because if it's Saria, we can get to the Vanilla Minuet, and if it's Minuet, we can get to Vanilla Minuet, so... Ideally, it's one of those two, and it gets to Lullaby, but if it's also just Lullaby, then that's okay too. Because that still gives plenty of options. But I think just in the terms of song order, it's probably got to be one of those two. But I could be wrong. Because Lullaby might open the way to get to the Hammer, which would get the Fire Medallion, which would be Vanilla Nocturne. So it might not be, but my guess is it's going to be one of those two. Be free, chicken. What did I come up here for? Oh, right, Fountain, duh. Which was stupid because I can't get in through that way. At least I played the right song this time. Alright. That's so pretty. If anybody's wondering, like, do you feel the same way about Zora Hall in Majora's Mask? Do you think it looks nice? Yes. Yeah, I do. I think it looks nice as well. I just wish you were in there more often, because you're not really in there too terribly often. Like, you're pretty much just in there to get, like, the piece of heart through doing the band side questing thing, and then like most of the time you're just outside / warping outside to get into Great Bay Temple, so it's a little sad that you don't get to hang out in there as much, because it's a really cool area. Yes, I know I can blow up that wall, but again, Fairy Fountain. No Zelda's Lullaby. So. There we go. Alright, what do you have to say? They say that a hero ventures beyond the wasteland to learn the Serenade of Water. Well, we already knew that. I was half expecting it to tell me the Kokiri Emerald was the 50 reward. Yep. Oh, great! Thank you! Ah, rain. Wouldn't mind a bit more rain. We actually got some recently, surprisingly. It was like an inch and a half, which made up like 80% of the rain we've gotten this year. Yes, I know we're in the 8th month, almost the 9th of the year. I know. Alright. Fork it over, my man. I worked hard for that. Had to use a guide a little bit, but you know what? It was for 50 tokens. If there's anything that would be acceptable to use a guide for, it's 50 tokens. Let's be real. Alright. Let's go get the gold scale / whatever song. I don't think it matters what time of day you go up towards castle at this point. It even, like, defaulted to the right time of day. The moon, like, flipped over and just stuck there for a second. There we go. And thankfully we don't have to watch the cutscene. Actually, that cutscene's kind of cool, to be perfectly honest with you. In the opening act, whenever you first turn the game on, you're like, yeah, I've seen this a million times. But it's kind of cool seeing it the second time, so... Zelda's Lullaby. Alright. So with that being the case, it's basically time to check every fairy fountain that we have access to, which is all but one of them. Which is the Death Mountain Crater one. We could also finish up Shadow Temple. We could do like a decent chunk of Water Temple now. There's some other stuff we could do. Alright, fairy. I worked hard to get this lullaby. Please just don't screw me over on this. A single Deku Nut. Hooray! Guess I could also do more of the Spirit Temple, too. I didn't even think about that. But yeah, I could do that as well. I cleared out the kids' side, pretty much, so I don't need to do that section of it. So I'll probably do Shat. I mean, I'd have to go back into Spirit Temple anyway, because the medallion is still somewhere in there. So maybe I'll start with that if I run out of Fairy Fountain stuff. Sir, not indoors. Honestly, that's quite rude. Probably should do the other ones as an adult, just because it's going to be easier to get the one on top of Death Mountain as adult. So I can warp to Mountain Crater and actually get out of there. But first, the main reason I warped back over here, yes, was to
play through the fire and the flames. Genuinely, I've been curious about this chest and haven't been able to get to it yet, so... Look! Membership card, that's my guess. Nope. Recovery heart. Well, we came here for the song, not for that chest, so it's alright. Man, I really hope this is Minuet or Saria. We've got 50-50 odds at this point. Nope. Song of Time. So what does that leave? That leaves the Serenade of Water. I'm referring to Vanilla again. The Serenade of Water. Minuet of Forest. And Nocturne of Shadow. I can get Serenade after going through the Ice Cavern, whatever that might be. Watch that be Prelude. That wouldn't shock me, honestly, it really wouldn't. Like, I don't know if that's good or bad at this point, because it's, in one hand, it's like, well, I still can't get to the Forest Temple, so I know whatever I'm supposed to do immediately next is not in there. But at the same time, I really would have liked Saria's song to be able to continue the Mask side quest. I could have at least gotten the Bunny Hood to make this go faster. Alright, so back to switching to adults. DMC Fairy Fountain. Well, we'll probably get the one by Ganon's Castle first, even though we know it's a piece of heart, I'm pretty sure. I think we'd read that on a clue, but might as well do it. DMC Piece of Heart, or, sorry, DMC Fairy. Clear Shadow, Clear Spirit. We at least have the lens. The Bongo Bongo fight won't be quite as bad if he decides to cooperate, which is dependent on, you know, the day, time, weather, etc. All these important factors. Trying to think what else we can do with the lullaby. Oh, there is one other. Do I want to go all the way back for that? Well, no, because I can't do the other half of it. I was going to say I could talk to Darunia, but no, sorry, his song. I could get in there, but I couldn't. Couldn't make him dance. Feel free to take that line out of context anytime you want. I guess we could also technically do Water Temple too, but A, that's by far the worst temple to have to deal with, and 2, Spirit and Shadow are definitely more complete than Water is. We will do Water only as a last resort / when I cannot think of anything else. And at the very least, since we know where the Spirit Medallion is and we're getting that, we'll also be getting the Light Arrow pickup, whatever that is.
Felt like wearing blue. I do have some blue shirts, but not a lot of, like, sky blue shirts like this. I don't think I have any orange shirts. Casually throw that overhead. It's fine. That probably weighed many, many tons, but no biggie. Correct. Leaves the 2 in here, but we can't do one that's normally double magic. I get a feeling the other magic meter is probably in GTG, would be my guess. Wonder if the one Goron we freed thus far in Fire Temple is around here, which would be a grand total of 3. Him, the kid, and the kid that's named after you, and then the shop owner. Alright, back up to the top we go. I do like how the little spiral on Death Mountain looks before you clear it up. Normally you don't come up here until after you've already cleared the Fire Temple. There's no reason to. Yeah, I know there's a Skull Chill, but he's stuck behind that rock, and I need a hammer to take care of that. So that's not really an option right now. Ooh, he mad. Out of curiosity, though. They say that engulfed in flame where thieves train lies a piece of art. Oh, I know which room that is in GTG. That's the room that's got all the fire enemies, but also has the little tiki things you have to smash with the hammer. In terms of fairy fountains, none of those were much good. I think the piece of heart was probably the best item we got, and even then, that's not that great. But here we are, so... I am aware we still have Ice Cavern, now that we can actually get in there. But I want to clear out the temples first. We were basically done with Shadow Temple. We had like 3 rooms with chests and then just the boss. Like, we were done, basically. Just couldn't make any further progress due to no lullaby. That was all. Plus, I want to get my revenge on Bongo Bongo for last time when he kicked my ass. I may or may not still be bitter about the fact he killed me because the game said I didn't hit him, while everybody in chat was like, we can all see the arrow sticking out of his eye. You clearly hit him, but it didn't count. I'm pretty sure that was the 3-heart run back in the day. Surprise, it's a spider. Oh, I killed it. Not this time, sorry. Fell off of that enough. I didn't really need to do that anymore. I'm very glad on that particular spot you don't have to actively wait for the fan to turn on. You can just hover over there. Now I can show off this neat little trick that someone showed me. Once the cutscene's done, of course. La da da. Yeah, I don't need to see that Skulltula up there. I don't need him anymore. I don't need his ass. He can just hang out there. And the trick is for fighting these Stelphos. You just go to the very back here, and they just walk off the side. Because their whole thing is they try to circle you, right? So if they circle you while you're on the edge of this, they just walk right off. There you go. It's like, I guess if you really need something to do on the boat ride and you feel like practicing fighting them, great, but if you don't want to deal with them, then you just don't have to. I guarantee you somebody's done that in real life anyway, like rival pirate ships fighting where someone just like accidentally backed off the side of the ship and fell off. You know it had to have happened at least once. There's no way it didn't. That guy would have been mocked by everybody on the opposing crew and his own. Like, that would have been something I would have never let go. I would be constantly reminding him, like, yeah, remember that time you weren't paying attention to what you're doing? You just walked off the edge? Alright, so this should be the room with the spikes, I think. Yep. We've already got the remaining key we need and the boss keys. We don't have to worry about those. We got a bundle of magic arrows. That's why they have the magic jar there. What else do we get that's magic? Magic piece of heart. Nice. Skip that one because I know that there's nothing in there. Cool slide, bro. All that's in there is a gold Skulltula, if you need it. That is the last chest. Huge rupee, also known as a huge waste of time. Moving on. Look at all the little baby floor masters. They're so cute. They're walking around. I don't know why those are so adorable, and the ones that are in Wind Waker, despite being all cartoonish, are so creepy. I think it's because of how violently fast they are. And maybe that they're trying to pull you into, like, the little vortex thing rather than just grabbing onto you. Maybe that's what I can blame part of my fear/hatred of those for, is because I remember having a book about space when I was really, really young, and I don't know who gave it the green light, because this was definitely a book designed for kids, that basically explained and showed with cartoonish pictures the concept of what human spaghettification is due to a black hole. If you get, like, squeamish easy, don't look that up, because it's pretty nasty. It is exactly as it sounds. It's always nice when he decides to play nice. Of course, once you get him trapped, like, usually once I can get that first set of hits in, like, by the time he repositions his hands, you have enough time to shoot one and then shoot the other. Like, you can get him in a loop pretty easy. It's just getting that first hit on one of his hands. That's probably the hardest part of that fight. Though it's still more fun and bearable than the version they did in Wind Waker. That one was awful. I watched a video a couple days ago. Yeah, Quiver. And a Bloopy. Yeah, that tracks. That they were going over a list of all the best boss fights in every Zelda game, and they put that boss, the one from, like, Tower of the Gods, the Andross dude with the hands, they put that as the best boss. And I'm like, are you referring to Wind Waker, right? Like, Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker. Like, did we play the same game? Like, did you not forget how much fun it was to pick up, like, the giant pig dude and, like, roll him into the thing and use the hurricane spin on him? Or the Mulgara fight, or the Ganondorf fight? Like, there's a lot of good bosses in that game. That is not one of them. That is probably the worst boss fight in that game, in my opinion. But that whole list was just very, very wonky. Like, some of them, there was a few I agreed with, but most of them, like, no, we were not playing the same games. Or do not have the same interests in boss fights, or, like, just very weird answers for stuff. I'm trying to remember what their one was for Ocarina of Time. I think it was Phantom Ganon, maybe? But I feel like if you like the ping-pong style fight, you're probably gonna just say Ganondorf rather than Phantom Ganon. Unless you really like the... trying to figure out which of the paintings is real, but that's not too... It's kind of an eh. It's either you can't distinguish between the two and so you think it's not fun, or you can and you think it's too easy because it's only between two paintings. So, like, either way, it's not super great. Oh, right, I forget to pick up the other Zelda's Lullaby thing from earlier. I'll do that real quick. Well, I'm gonna have to now if you're gonna give me a bundle of arrows, because I think I needed a key.
it's a little easier to not hit that guy's, or the strange part of that guy's hitbox, because he's got a weird hitbox. Pretty sure you can get this with just the hook shot. Tragically, I know for a fact you can't quite get it with the hover boots. You'd think you could, but nope, not quite. Out of curiosity. Yeah, no, I think it actually locked my hookshot into place. Like, if I just fired immediately. Yeah, it just sticks it into place, so I can't do that. Do I actually need the long shot? Can I not get that? Now I'm trying to remember, what did I get stuck on that I couldn't progress? Because if it was a Zelda's Lullaby thing, I might be able to get around whatever item that was, but if it was a key, and that was the only option left, then I'm stuck. Yeah, I think it was that door, and I don't think this goes anywhere. I think we got both of the things here. Yeah, we did. Alright, so we can't do that. Which also means that that chest has to be a key. So, that said... I guess it's the Ice Cavern. / Zora's Fountain. If it's not that, then it's just gotta be something else with Zelda's Lullaby that I haven't thought of yet. That was basically what we did the Emerald for. Because the gold scales, we didn't need that. We didn't need the gold scale. That's only good for 2 things, and we'd already collected those both with the Iron Boots and a glitch, respectively. At this point, we gotta hope... Ideally, it would be the training card for GTG. Would be the best bet for more options. But the Hammer and Slingshot wouldn't be horrible either. We'll have to go into GTG eventually either way, and we'll have to finish the Spirit Temple eventually either way. Hold on, I got a message. Let me flip back over here for a split second. It's amazing I have all this equipment like Mirror Shield, Big Goron Sword, double defense with 15 hearts. What causes me to get stuck? Oh, you don't have like a happy little tune because the game didn't give you Saria song. We know Zora's River's cleaned out. The only thing we didn't do here was the other version of the frogs, but we found out from the clue that that was a piece of heart, so we don't really need to do that. Not like we could do it right now anyways, but still.
That's always such a weird part of the song right there. It, like, turns all... It sounds like part of the battle theme. Well, it doesn't sound like part of the battle theme. It sounds like part of a battle theme where it gets all, like, super fast like that. No, I don't want to go that way. Gross. Ice. It still looks kind of pretty, but, like, the water looked way better. It really is a shame you can't fix that. At least you can in Twilight Princess, though. That's one thing I will give that game. At least you can fix that issue. Oh, right, we didn't check the fairy fountain here. Well, we can do that right now, so that's fine. But first, we'll do the platforming in the iron boots. Piece of heart, but I'm already here, so might as well. This is what it is in vanilla. What the heck is that? Oh, it's a Hylian shield. The outer rim of it looked more blue than anything, so I couldn't tell what it was. And I'm like, well, I know it's not scale because we have both of those. It's not the double defense because we have both of those. Or the one of those. And it's not green, so it can't be the magic meter either. Couldn't tell what that was. Alright, until we get the hammer, this is the Fairy Fountain's last chance to not be a complete and total waste of time. Well, that's a bottle, so, like, that's not horrible, but I don't need that. Thanks, though, because I guess that lets me hold more blue fire, so... In honor of our beloved god, Lord Jabu Jabu, I hereforth let this fish be free, as it was always intended. Be free. And while you be free, I'm gonna check and see what this is, because I actually don't remember. This is just another thing to bomb? I think this leads up to a Skulltula, but I am curious, so... Thanks for the restock. The only reason I kind of remember this is just because this was like one of the last gold Skulltulas I did in my 100% run. Because I was doing as many as I could without a guide, but I never found this one without a guide. This is like way the hell out here. It's only here at night, maybe? Watch this warp me back to the entrance. Yep, totally did. Okay, well, I don't care that much. Just take my word for it, it's a Skulltula token. I'm hoping for a good item, but what I'm really, really hoping for is I don't get screwed by the song. There's only 3 left it can be, so I got a 66% chance. 67 if you want to round up, but it is something I actually need. If I can get Saria or a Minuet, then one can lead into the other. Or if it's Minuet, Minuet might lead to Prelude, but we'll see. If Minuet leads to Prelude, then that means the Nocturne of Shadow is going to be Saria. Luckily, this will not take too long to navigate through. Don't ask why, but I've found you can roll through that specific spike trap. I don't know why, but you can, so. Let the buggos be free. Free the buggos. Put them in the fire. It's a cool flame, so it's okay. They'll be fine. Again, I'm not expecting anything great in these chests, but you never know. I think that is only barely better than what it is in vanilla. I think it's... Well, no, I guess it's either the map or the compass, because it's a big chest. I was going to say I think it's 50 rupees, but that might be the pot that's over there that's frozen in the ice. I got 3 chests left. Or item checks, rather. 2 of them are in here. The other bomb bag, okay. I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, that bloopy can stay encased in ice for all I care. Not bothering to retrieve that. Whoa, Nelly. Okay, let's not do that. Alright, so that just leaves the Iron Boots chest and Serenade of Water. First things first. So here's a nice trick that I've learned from, again, the same person that taught me the trick with getting Baronade to recover faster, and also the other thing from earlier that I already forgot which one specifically it was. And that is, you actually don't need blue fire to get this specific ruby. If you just jump at it at the right angle with the jump jack, you get it either way. So don't waste your thing of blue fire on that one.
I will say, for what little it's worth, and I do mean very little, the trick with the iron boots and unequipping them and re-equipping them and all that for the Lakeside Lab heart piece, that one was one that I had figured out. We do not need any more blue fire. We can use one more to get to the last end of the area, and one more for King Zora for whatever the tunic gets changed into. Get your spearman ass breath out of here, boy. Time for the mini-boss fight of the century. Okay, it's over. Children, you don't need to avert your eyes anymore. Singular Decunut, whoop-de-doo. And there it is, Saria's song. Thank goodness. We can actually make progress on some other things. What's gonna be the fastest way to get back? Might just be actually going back physically. I don't know if there's a faster way to get back to... I don't think I talked to this one. What do you have to say? They say that falling spikes block the path to a piece of art. Okay. I think that was one of the Shadow Temple ones. They had to use the stone umbrella, as they call it, in-game. Yep, that's a great tunic. Just made of money. Yeah. I was thinking about it, I was like, do I go back to Kid to do both the Mask side quest and also Darunia? And I think it's, yeah, it's better before I forget. Because that will give me 3 more checks. The Darunia one, the playing Saria's song for Skull Kid one, and the Mask of Truth one. And then I also get the Bunny Hood to move faster, which will be nice. And thankfully, because we have the warps, it won't be quite as bad. I guess technically I could have gone back to the forest and gotten whatever warp song it gave me, since that's all we have left. It's just the 2 warp songs. Yep. But that's alright. Unless the 3 checks are really good, we'll probably end up having to go through the Forest Temple anyway, so... We've only done shit. We've only completed Shadow, but we can do Forest now. Fire, we need hammer. Water, we need...
do we need for water? I guess long shot to finish it. Spirit we need. Long shot. Wait, where am I going? What am I doing? Lord, man. Something good, please. The final bottle. Hi. See Majora's Mask. Yes, I know randos of Majora's Mask exist, and I do love that game, but my god, the thought of, like, doing Majora's Mask in a rando, where you could, like, go back in time and lose things like keys to dungeons, like, oh, that sounds like a nightmare. I feel like it would be extremely easy to get tired of that one very quickly if you get a bad seed where it's just like, oh yeah, well I guess we'll have to keep like bit by bit exploring like the big long Andrew Cafe side quest, only to find out like the new thing we get actually isn't what we need. Or like, imagine having a key item like the hookshot getting locked behind the couple's mask. That would be awful. That would be nothing short of awful. Good timing with that. Luckily, the last two masks are not going to take very long. Work with this one, and the bunny hood will let us go faster, and he's in Hyrule Field anyway, so it won't be that long. I'll hang on to that blue potion for later. If I actually do finish this up, that blue potion will be nice to have. More so for the magic than the health. I don't think the health is going to be an issue. Ganondorf and Ganon are not particularly tough, in my opinion. This definitely has the vibe of, like, even though it's a rando, this is the going through the motions part, is doing this side quest. For those who don't know, in the original game, I think this was like the 1.0 and the 1.1, you did do the forest stage if you did this and knew about it, for the Skull Mask and the Mask of Truth, and they would give you the Deku Nut and Deku Stick upgrades respectively, one of each. But if you didn't do them in time, if you pulled the Master Sword before doing that quest, you actually got locked out of, I think, the Deku Nut one, which isn't that big a deal, but for people that like having the completed, you know, sub-screen, if you have everything, it's kind of a pain. So it's typically done right before you pull the sword. Like, you would get the Ocarina, get the Song of Time, and then this is what you would come and do, because you couldn't do the Bunny Hood one until you had all the gems, and so you'd have to, of course, I guess you could technically get the Bunny Hood before getting all the gems, but you probably wouldn't. So as a result, this is kind of just all done at once. And this wasn't technically all done at once, but it was, like, mostly done at once. Neum. yeah, if the Mask of Truth one doesn't get me anything, or even if it does, I am definitely switching back to Bunny Hood. That goes without saying. Remind me why they didn't do this in the actual Ocarina game again? Like, why did they not let you have the double run speed with this? I think once it turns to night, I don't remember if he goes to a set spot or if he just stops once it hits night after, like, a certain point, but... we'll see, I guess. As long as he's smart enough to stay on the road to avoid the little dudes. Nope, I guess he's not. Of course, I forget, also the other thing about wearing the bunny hood is those guys don't spawn. I forgot about that. The little Stalfos that pop out at night, so that's why they're not appearing right now. Hi. Yeah, see how they immediately popped up, though, once I gave it to him? Not those Stalfos are going to be a problem, but might as well. And the good news is, at least for the first half of the trip back, we can just warp back using a save warp, so... that was the part that always confused me about the early stages of this game. Not so much the masked side quest here, but namely Saria's song. It's like, why would you set it in Hyrule Field where you have to go, like, at least for your first time playing, a pretty good chunk of the ways across Hyrule Field to get the letter, and presuming you know what you're doing. If not, it's going to be a little bit longer of a time between. But to get the letter only to have to go all the way back to get a song to be able to get into the next dungeon, because you can't convince Darunia otherwise. I will lend you this special mask. This is the Mask of Truth. It's a mysterious mask passed down by the Sheikah. This mask you can see into other people's minds. It's useful but scary. Why is it scary? You may find out as you grow older and discover the true meaning of life. Yikes. Come on, you can borrow any mask you want. Which, really, the other ones are just kind of almost promos for Majora. Except the Gerudo one, I guess, because that never pops up. I almost wonder if it was initially planned to. Because, like, whenever you fight the Gerudo pirates, if you have the stone mask on and Majora's mask, they're like, we're not fooled by that mask, so maybe that was supposed to be the equivalent of, like, let you get past the pirates, maybe? I don't know. Alright, so we'll check the Mask of Truth, warp over to Kariko, so that I can go check Darunia's drop before I forget. And then I'll go grab the bunny hood again. And then from there, I guess we'll go to Sacred Forest Meadow as an adult and grab whatever song and potentially go do Forest Temple. I get the sneaking suspicion, and I'm not sure why, that Darunia is going to be the person that gives me the membership card. I don't know why, I just think it's gonna be him. I also get the feeling the membership card is going to be like the next big thing too. Like once we get that, all the other key items that we need, the hammer and whatnot, I have a feeling the rest of them are in there. Slingshot's probably in there. Which I guess for big items, like actual usable items, that's pretty much all that's left, yeah. Slingshot and hammer. Have everything else. The Deku stick upgrade, there's one missing of those. We have all the bottles, all the spells, all the arrows. All the swords, shields, tunics, and boots. Still don't remember what that top thing is up there. I guess that's the slingshot bag. It'd have to be, yeah. We know the light medallion's in GTG. Oh, the long shot, that's the other thing. I was like, there is something else that hadn't been upgraded. Yeah, it's the hook shot hasn't been. After all this time, we can finally go make Darunia's depression go away by making him dance. If we get the hammer, we can do the maze in here, too. The second part of it, mind you. Hi, Durnia. Ready to dance? No, I thought for a split second when I saw the brown color, but nope. Alright. The bunny hood, and then back to being adult. Actually, we could also do bottom of the well. We could finish clearing that out, so we should probably do that. I was going to say, there's no more dungeons left as a kid other than the Deku Tree, but no, we didn't finish well. That is the only thing that is not yet done. For kid dungeons, at least. Spirit Temple is, Jabu is, Ding Dong is, yeah. Let's get her done. First roller randomizers, there will always be at least one important thing in the bottom of the well. Which we already picked at least one thing up because of the water medallion. That's not the right one, it's the other side. I figured we'll do the incorrect one first and then go fight Dead Hand. One of the remaining chests is going to be a key. But the other two could be anything. Well, I should say drops, not chests, because this one's not in the chest. Unless you count a tomb as a chest. Sorry, there was actually 3 more drops now. Forget about the one that's over here. That's this one right here. This is normally like bombs, I think, in vanilla. Now it's arrows. Not much better. Missing 4 hearts now. Jeez. People think this is like the scariest boss that's ever been created. It's more annoying than anything. I do like his little sachet though. It's quite nice. Sir, please do not. Thank you. There we go. Alright, what you got? Come down here for nothing. Oh, right, the key. Duh. I don't know why I was wondering what that was. I already said that there's going to be a key left. Well, that takes care of bottom of the well, at least. So, ironically enough, the Deku Tree is the only one that we have not completed as a kid. Because we do not have the slingshot. Well, we don't have to go back down there, so there's that at least. Genuinely curious to find out where this hammer and training card is going to appear. The slingshot we don't really need, per se. It just kind of gives, like, a few tiny other checks. That's about it. I think at this point, 3, basically. The 2 Goma drops and the slingshot game in the Lost Woods. I don't think we need it for anything else, really. This one, please, as it actually allows me to move quickly. The hood's long ears are cute. And that was me adjusting in my chair. Alright. Part of me is wondering though if nothing useful turns up in Forest Temple, like where's it gonna be? Fire, we still can't get anywhere with fire. Water we can get a little bit further, but like we're gonna get blocked if we don't find anything once we get to the point where we need the long shot. Shadow's done. There's nothing left in there. I don't know if Epona or this is faster, because bear in mind you still have to play Epona's song, and then Epona walks over to you while you run into her. The animation of getting on Epona, and then actually like getting up to speed and going. I feel like they'd probably even out, honestly. Potentially getting stuck on something like a tree or one of the parts of the stump here, which will freak out. I think this is the first time we've been in Kokiri Forest as an adult the entire game thus far, or the entire playthrough. Yeah, nice try, little booger. Come on, game. Register my input, please. Thank you. Now, if I remember correctly... Yeah. You can just skip this entire section if you want, if you've got Scarecrow Song, and not deal with it. Just out of sheer principle, really. Alright, so is it Prelude or is it Minuet? It's Prelude, which honestly, at this point, since we're here, is probably the better of the two. Stunk so bad we fell through the floor. Alright. I would just make the jump, but I feel like the bunny hood will mess it up, so... Nope, well, maybe not. Yeah, you have fun over there. Have a great time. Probably a key, but let's see what we have. Hey, there's that beautiful hammer. At long, long last. How I have missed you, my old friend. Though if we're here, we might as well clear this out. After that, I'll grab what I'm very sure is the fire medallion, as well as whatever the final fairy fountain is. And I guess that will also give us an excuse to do, if we have to, another temple, the fire temple as opposed to the water temple. Yep, that was well worth wasting my time to lock all the doors and act like I was stuck with no escape. Yeah, that's about the reward one would deserve for killing a single easy enemy. That. Key, very nice. No harm done, and we'll get it all back. And I guess probably also a key. Doesn't necessarily have to be a key. Though if you're gonna give me that, I kind of wish it was a key. No thanks. Maybe some other time. No thanks. I feel like that the Deku Nuts are basically the equivalent of, like, I'm not in the mood to deal with, like, these regular-ass mooks. Because for any non-boss enemy, it will stun, like, 95% of those enemy types that are not bosses. Bundle of arrows. We actually hit this time. Nice. I was expecting it to stay a bundle of arrows, to be perfectly honest. Well, at least with the increased block pushing speed and running speed, this isn't quite as tedious as it usually would be. And no warning of Navi of like, hey, there's arrows painted on the floor. Like, oh, thanks, I didn't see those at all. I'm gonna not shoot that because I want to go through here the twisted version first, I think. We'll go through both regardless, so it's no big deal. so much faster with the big Goron sword and the Deku Nuts, but you know. These things used to take ages to kill. Between A, not having the big Goron sword, and B, not being smart enough to try Deku Nuts on them. Next. That might be the fastest fight I've ever had against those guys. Mostly because they just spend, like, the majority of the fight shielding. Not because they're difficult. Boss key. Not a bad spot for that, admittedly. We could go on, but I do want to twist the corridor first. I'm going to double check that, but if I remember correctly, this should be locked, and normally you would not do this right now. Yep. Normally you would have just picked up the bow to kill both of those, so you'd be going back. Probably didn't need those, but it's fine. Loop around to Vanilla Boss Chest and Vanilla Floor Master Chest. I actually don't think we need that many more keys total, because we have the boss key already. Oh no, it's the easiest trap in the history of the world. Thanks for playing. Ow. There we go. I was trying to kill him in such a way he would drop the Deku Nuts, not the Deku Stick. Ow. Sir? Good? Pretty sure he wasn't supposed to stay green like that, but... yeah, I think that's what was supposed to happen. Weird. Never seen that happen before. He just, like, stayed invincible. More pieces of heart. There's not gonna be that many pieces of heart or heart containers in Gerudo training grounds, apparently. Which is part of the reason I'm getting the feeling most of the remaining items are in there. The fact we've not found a single one of the slingshots is honestly kind of surprising. Get up there. There you go. Let's send that back to normal. Oh, that looks cool. Granted, it's a fire arrow, but still looks cool. I guess we'll see what the light arrows look like later. You know what? Just for the heck of it, because it's never going to get used, let's see what the ice arrows look like. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. It kind of looks like how the gold scale looks. There we go. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Okay, there's the door. This would normally be a bundle of arrows. Bundle of arrows probably would have been better, because at least it would have restocked the two I just used. Alright, that was just a piss poor shot. I don't know what happened there. Oops. Thought I pushed that far enough. Taking about the same time just because I keep overshooting where I'm trying to stand. It's the bunny hood. Bye. I'll be taking those though, thank you. Nope. Not interested. Where's that encyclopedia? What happened if I just did like a fully charged spin attack in the middle of this ring? Oh, that's kind of lame. I was kind of hoping it would do like insanely high damage, and so as a result, it would just like end the fight right then and there. But oh well. At least the pauses between her different getting hit versus waiting for her to come back isn't as bad as it normally is. Radio, one more chest? Yeah, one more chest in here. And then Phantom Gammon. We We gotta be running low on those pieces of heart by now, because if we get another one, we're gonna have 3 hearts left. Probably one of those is a heart container. I think I passed what I needed. Yeah, I did. I think I caught that. Push on the red carpet. In the blue. Then we get completely stuck because I get disoriented. Alright, there we go. Let's go beat Phantom Ganon and finish this temple out. Where are you, my man? The lighter armor, by the way, in case anyone was ever wondering, like, how can you tell the real one from the fake? It's namely the armor on the horse. The chest piece for me is what gives it away. Yeah, I'd say it's more the armor on the horse than it is him. Show it side by side there. You can see the comparison. It looks lighter. At least to me, that's the difference. Come on. How in the world did that miss? Come on. Seriously? I don't like this fight. Just plinks off to wherever the frick it feels like. Switch to the Master Sword. No, the other Master Sword. There you go. Really, that was actually my fault. Yeah, if you thought I was letting that opportunity go to waste after I fired it back a couple times with that sword, and it was just like, yeah, no, we're just gonna send it, like, wherever we feel like. The downside of that tiny-ass arena. It was built with Ganondorf in mind, not Phantom Ganon, because the arena's too small. That's why that happens. Part of the reason, anyway. There's a slingshot, finally. The other reason it happened is because it was the big Goron sword, and the fight was never meant to use a big Goron sword. Not the Phantom Ganon one, anyway. So nothing really of note in there other than the hammer and the slingshot, but the hammer is going to be more important of the two by a college landslide. Do I want to finish Deku Tree? That's the real question. I don't think it's worth the 2 checks right now, just because I don't have the Prelude of Light Warp, and I can get that warp pretty quickly here. Because I know exactly where the Fire Medallion is, and I have the item to get it now. So let's go do that. It's a little farther away this time, it might actually be worth calling Epona. Not that she's worthless, but it's just like all the time it would have taken to get to an area like Carrico. By the time I'd actually gotten where I wanted to be and started moving, I would have been halfway there, but with this, it probably is a little bit faster. And if it's not this chest I'm thinking of, I'm going to feel really stupid if it was something I could have accessed, like, way, way earlier and gotten Minuet as a result. But if I am right, it is this chest right here. This should be a fire medallion. Yep. Alright. Speaking of things a hammer can do, let's do the other fairy fountain, the final one, I believe. There it is. There's the membership card. Light Medallion is definitely in there, and for Spirit Temple we need Long Shot, and there's a very high chance that that's where it is. So what I'm going to do now is... not that. Start by getting that final warp song, just in case we need it. I don't think we should, but in case we do. I'll take care of the 2 Goma drops, just on the off chance one of those is the long shot. We'll have to go through Gerudo Training Ground anyway, but it would suck for it to be there, so... I don't know why I did that. I could have just save reset. I guess this is a tiny bit faster with the Prelude, but oh well. And it could be something else useful like Double Magic. Double Magic would be nice. For the Goma drop, mind you. At this point, it's basically Double Magic and Long Shot are the only things. Long Shot I technically need. And obviously the medallions. That goes without saying. Yeah. That's pretty much it. Okay. Now we can actually work back to the Temple of Time. As a kid, it won't be that bad. Once we get out of there, we can just work, become adult. Because I don't think there's anything left we need as a kid. I think we're good after we do this. Well, Navi, after all your time of complaining that I need to be brave and go inside the Deku Tree and kill the boss in there, now that I've beaten, what, like 2 out of 5 of the adult bosses and multiple of the kid bosses, if we're counting Dead Hand, like 3 out of 4. So for those of you that have not played before, you're wondering why I didn't do this first dungeon. This switch, right here. That was what was stopping me. That's it. Because again, you don't have to use the slingshot to kill the boss. It helps. She'll say stun for longer, but you don't have to kill her with that. The Deku Nuts work just fine. I'm not gonna get back that in time, especially if he decides to have a mild seizure like he did just then. Alright. It's funny how for how the dungeon item is the slingshot, you use the Deku Sticks more than the slingshot. I do like this room in the fact you can use the slingshot to knock down the eggs before you actually have to fight those enemies. It's like a really nice way of encouraging using the camera to look around in a 3D space for when 3D was a new concept for video games at the time, and actually like rewarding doing that even this early in the game is a really nice touch. It's just, if you play this a bunch, you know you don't really need to bother avoiding the eggs or shooting them down or anything. You can just run right past them. By the time they hatch and are aware to come fight you, you've already left the room. And once that momentum came back, it came back strong. We cruised through that like it was nothing. Oh no, how will I survive against Queen Goma with almost 17 hearts and double defense and most of the items in the game? And I'm not going to try for that fourth one. If I'd gotten a jump attack in, I could have killed it right then and there, but since the game decided I wanted to pull out my slingshot again, which, spoiler alert, was not what I was trying to do. Let's see if coming back here was worth it for something. There's not much left I need, but I don't know where it is. But hey, maybe it'll be something. You never know. That's why you gotta check. Oh, heart container. Okay. And bombs. I guess the heart container wasn't horrible. And I was right, there was at least one left, so I was correct about that. Alright, while we could do the Fire Temple, I think it's pretty obvious GTG is going to be the more likely candidate for checks for what we need. We know the Light Medallion for sure, but it's the long shot that we need in order to get more into the Spirit Temple to get the medallion. Once we have that, like, once we have the medallions, we're good to go for Ganon's Tower, I think. I think we're pretty much set. I presume all the Redeads out there are just supposed to be the... Like, they're either a scare tactic by Ganon of, like, he intentionally put them there, or they're supposed to be implied of, like, some of the people that were in the Bazaar originally are those people now as Redeads. Not all of them, because, like, the two guys that are laughing and whatnot, like, they're in Kakariko Village. Like, some of them relocated, but not all of them did. So maybe the idea of just they didn't get out in time, but again, it could just be a scare tactic by Ganon. Go across the bridge, you did it earlier. So before I actually do training grounds, I do, as much as I don't want to, but I also don't want to make the mistake of leaving them there and having them be the actual answer for where the long shot is, or double magic or something I wanted, is to do the archery for both of those, and also the top of the tower here as well. Check both of those, or all three of them, technically. The nice thing about this version, too, is if you get the 1,500 points on the horseback in the first try, you just get both the prizes. You don't have to be like, oh, I got 1,500. Like, well, you gotta get 1,500 now. They're not gonna pull that crap on you, which is nice. Feels weird to be able to make that jump. Top of the fortress. Wow, awesome. Alright, let's hope the horseback archer can have something better. Not that it would be hard to do much worse than that unless it was like, here's your two prizes, an ice trap and another ice trap. As long as I'm not stupid here, I should be able to get this in one go. But that would require me to not be stupid, so we'll see. Go. And for good measure, 1690. Nice. Recovery heart. And a huge rupee. Yeah, that was pretty fun. But now we know. I guess against my better judgment, there is one other thing we could do, and that's check the chest that's in the Haunted Wasteland. The one singular chest. But again, I don't want to be going through the training grounds looking for the long shot like a dum-dum, only for it to not be there, and it was in a spot I could have accessed the whole time. So we'll just check it, it'll probably be nothing, and then we'll leave. know why, but it's a lot easier to see on emulator than it is on actual hardware. It's near impossible to get some of those. You kind of have to just know a general direction that you're going. Nope, just recovery heart. Okay. I guess I can't be too surprised we saw recovery hearts because, like, we just had a huge gap of not seeing any of them. And I'm like, I know they exist. There's a fair few chests with them. Sure enough, they just all popped up here, I guess. That was like, what, 3 out of the last 4 checks were recovery hearts? It kind of freaked out there for a second. Alright, the only thing I haven't done in Gerudo Fortress area is this. Did the archery, did the Haunted Wasteland thing, which granted is in a technically different area. Did the Carpenters. Check the top of the thing. Got. I think that's what it is in vanilla. I think it's bombs and arrows. So there's presumably 7 pieces of heart left. 3 if there's a heart container, but I don't think there's any heart containers left. Well, didn't know that could happen. Cool. Good thing it didn't make me refight the enemies, but apparently if the chest drops on your head, you take damage. Huh. Alright. I don't want to go that far. That's the downside with the bunny hood. It's a little bit hard to stop when you want to stop. Like, who needs careful I am speed? No, can I not get that? Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, it's acting like I can get it. So. Yeah. Hold the old MXC's Most Extreme Elimination Challenge fail right there, of like thinking I could make it to the next one and didn't. Those. One of the slingshot thing, I knew at least one of them had to be in here. Just with what was left, it was like at least one has to be there. Unless they're just both in Ganon's tower somehow. Okay, good. I was gonna say, if they fall down from the ceiling, I'd rather not get crushed by one again, thanks.
Man, we're too late in the run for you to be giving me crap like bombs. There we go, double magic. That's much better. Not necessary, but very, very appreciated. Especially considering the run of bombs and recovery hearts you've been giving me recently. Speaking of recovery hearts, take a dive here to get back up to the top. I know you can Scarecrow Song, this is just a little bit faster. You can tell I was looking for the hammer for a while because my brain instinctively for a second went, wait, we don't have the hammer, we can't do this completely. Any particular reason I couldn't hit that bat? Opened. I think it's that one. Yes. Another piece of ass. Ah, yes, the Sea of Fire. Or River of Fire, whatever it's called. Whoa, that was... camera did not like that. There's a key over there. Feel bad for anybody that didn't know about this. For whatever reason, a lot of people don't know there's Song of Time blocks in here. I don't know why, but like, out of the last, like, 4 or 5 people I've seen do this room, they had no clue that those were there. And it's like, yeah, you know you have a platform that you can use. Like, no, there's no platform there. It's like, play the Song of Time. What? It's like, Navi is glowing green. Play the Song of Time. Well, that room kind of sucks, but, I didn't want to do that. Alright, fine. It'll stay unlocked because we got all the gems, so that's the important thing. I'll be taking this. Dude, stop giving me bombs. I don't need those. I know what I'm looking for in here, and it ain't the bombs. That's one of the things I'm looking for. Yeah, I'll take that. There's always a chance the long shot's not in here. It could be inside of a temple somewhere. I hope it's not. I'd really rather it not be. I've already gone through Forest, Shadow, and pretty much all of Spirit. I'd rather not go through Fire, and I'd definitely rather not go through Water.
Thanks for bumping me into that. I don't know why, but the Shell Blades look so doofy in this game. Maybe it's because they were more of a threat in Twilight Princess, or at the very least harder to get rid of. Alright, the Denalfos. I wonder. Nice. Big Goron sword range, though. Hey, there that beauty is. So with that, we have everything we need for items. Or more than fine on health. Have the double magic, have all the weapons. Have all these upgrades. Somehow, the only thing we're missing is the Spirit Medallion, and we know that's in the Spirit Temple, so we don't have any reason to stay here anymore. But, in case anyone was curious, and maybe we can round out to 19 full hearts. Wouldn't it be funny if we actually did have one heart container left and we got that and the piece of heart and had all 20 hearts going in? Put that as in vanilla. Well, we'll definitely get to the chest that normally has the ice arrows. Grief, dude. Is this also going to be a key? No, it's going to be an ice trap, even better. Alright, well, we'll check the other side. I don't remember if there's any chests we can reach there that we haven't already gotten. I don't think there is, but... this is more for anybody's morbid curiosity than anything. Yeah. And that's all the keys. All she wrote on the keys. We got them all. Cleared out GTG, I'm pretty sure. I think that was a full clear. I honestly don't know. We got what we needed is the important thing. And with any luck, we won't have to finish the temple, but that remains to be seen. Nope, that's not what I put on. There we go. Because it's entirely possible that it might be Twinrova that's going to drop the medallion in one of the 2 drops. Alright, back in here for the 3rd time, except this time I know we can clear it. The key we need, we can now reach. Oh, that despawned. Okay. I figured it would have stayed there after I summoned it. Apparently someone played the Skyward Sword theme and did the reverse Zelda's Lullaby to send it back up into the sky. need the iron boots for anything. I'll just do this. What summons that chest? Now I'm trying to remember. Something on this side? I don't think it is. I feel really stupid when I remember what sends that chest out. I could have sworn it was the switch I just hit. Because it's one of those weird ones that, like, it spawns the chest, but it doesn't tell you that it did. Like, it doesn't actively show the chest dropping in. Alright, we'll skip it for now and hope that that's not the, medallion. Another nice one I found out about here is if the fire slugs would get out of the way. Easier without the bunny hood on. It's just damage boosting through that. Oh yeah, I guess we didn't have the wallet. Problem is, it might actually be that one chest I skipped because there's not too many left. Oh, that's a sun switch, not a... Oh, well, I know why I thought it was bow and arrow, because I watched NCS play a rando back in the day, and that was where the bow and arrow was that he needed. Because I remember watching that, I was like, I had no idea that switch was there. I never thought to look around in there. Alright, so it's either that one chest or Twin Rova's got it. One of the two. My gut says Twin Rova has it, but we will see. Surely you don't have to play Zelda's Lullaby to make that one appear as well. I doubt it. Oh, I don't have the boss key, do I? I don't. So that's the boss key then.
which means that Twinrova does have it, the Spirit Medallion. I don't think there's any other... No, that's the only chest left. That has to be the boss key. There is no other option. Just play the song. Thank you. Yeah, there we go. So, it does show up whenever you play Zelda's Lullaby. It's just the game focuses on this one, because this one's the required one. I don't remember what's in this chest in vanilla, but I know that it's not required. Alright, one more loop. I don't think that guy ever gets in the way of, like, making the full shot up there, but just in case he does. Alright. For that. It's always the weird thing about this fight is, like, sometimes it goes great, sometimes it goes terrible, and it kind of just depends on where you stand, but it feels like you never are supposed to stand in the exact same spot twice. Like, you just have to figure out a way to where you can get one to direct the other and just stand at the appropriate angle, but there's not really enough time to be sure of what you're doing is correct or incorrect. And by the time you'd know, it would be too late. Got 3 or 4 hits. That's 3. Alright, one more then. She'd go off to the side. I would have done the same thing. Above me, I can't get her. That should be phase 2. Yes. So it's just like it feels like it's a mix of jumping between the main platform and the side platforms, but like, there's no pattern, rhyme, or reason. It's just, you kind of have to get a feel for it. Wish I knew a better strategy for that, but I tragically do not. At least second stage is pretty easy. This one, you could basically just hold down both of the triggers and just wait. That can like even remotely mess this one up is if she sends out different spells, which she only tends to do from what I've noticed when she's at low health. Like so. If you see her alternating more rather than just doing the same ones over and over, that probably means that she's nearly dead. See, she shot 2 red ones too, so. Yeah. Granted, that was a jump attack, but still, I would have gotten 2 hits total even without that, for sure. Alright, let's see that medallion. The question is it going to be the heart container, or is it actually going to be the medallion? I'll come back to haunt you. Not really, you're kind of cool in Majora's Mask, actually. They're just kind of ladies that want to make potions. Loopy. You know what? I'll take it with me. I'll treasure it forever. Which means the Spirit Medallion was in fact the Spirit Medallion. It stayed the same. I guess we see what the light arrow drop is too, come to think of it. I don't think we ever grabbed that. Or no, we wouldn't have been able to because we just got the Spirit Medallion. So we can go see what that is too. Woohoo, Deku Seeds. Awesome. Thanks. There's really not much in Ganon's Tower I need other than the boss key, but I can clear all of it because I have all the items. It's the only downside to the sped up text like this is the text might be sped up, but you still have to watch Link look around confused. We've made a rainbow! Nothing like a transparent bridge over a sea of lava to get your heart racing, huh? I don't blame Link for being like, I'm not so sure about this, man. So yeah, for the record, if you are doing this, chests you want to check, or rooms you want to check, even if these aren't required, is Forest for this one. If you don't have to have the trials done, these are the chests that you check. This is the only one you need in Forest. You just need the ability to kill a Wolfos, which is pretty easy. The other ones you want to check are Water, which is, again, very easy. If you have access to Ganon's Tower, you can check these at any time. Shadow has 2. These are a little bit harder to get. This first one you can hook shot to. I don't even think you need the long shot. I think the hook shot will work. I'm actually going to hop off and move to fire arrows here. This one you're going to need fire arrows for, obviously. But provided you got the fire arrows, then you're pretty much set. I believe you can get this with a hook shot as well.
And for the record, because I've heard multiple people tell me this, that is a rusted switch. If you need to clear the shadow thing, you do need to have the hammer for that. See? Rusted switch. Standing on it does not work. Do not try and convince me otherwise. Fire has none, so don't bother. I'm gonna skip light since it's the one that's got the huge plethora of it. We'll do that one last. Spirit does have one. You need at very least the hook shot to get that one duel. Aside from that, you're pretty much good to go. Couple enemies to kill, but no big deal. I don't even think you have to kill them technically, you just need to be able to hit this switch. The spin attack should work fine. Alright, and lastly, light. Big one. Obviously you need gold gauntlets to get in there. Enemies. With 7 chests total, the 7th one spawning once you kill all the enemies. In a vanilla run, that would be the actual key you need to proceed. But otherwise, it's a room that's got a bunch of chests, which is always nice. Fill up our wallet before we end the game here? Jeez. So we're about to get one more chest, which this would normally be a key. There's the final slingshot bag. And you don't need to go any further than this, I don't believe. But I'm going to double check to be absolutely sure. Bonk. 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 Yeah, and then that one's the fake one and the real one's back there. Okay. Not gonna bother destroying the light barrier because I have the barrier set to off, therefore there's no need for me to do that. But there you go. And last but not least, as everybody knows, directly underneath the exits, or the little thing right here, you can see the obvious indentation now based on the color, but right when you walk in, it's directly below. There are fairies if you want them. I don't need them. What I wouldn't mind grabbing, though, is a green potion, if possible. Oh, that's a red. Well, it's fine. What else we're gonna use them on? Nope, I don't need arrows. Bombs, and this last guy's gonna be a green potion. I don't think I'm gonna run out of magic, but that would be the only concern I would have, and even then I wouldn't be that concerned about it. But now we got one each, so that's nice. But I will stick to my guns. I will not use a fairy, especially not with 19 hearts and double defense. Like, that's insane. We only missed 3 pieces of heart. That's it. which were probably a combination of somewhere left in the temples and stuff with items I picked up very late game and didn't use all the way through, such as the slingshot, doing the minigame with that in Lost Woods. Sorry, just getting some secondhand PTSD flashbacks there for a second. I watched someone play this game before on original hardware many, many, many years ago. And the game crashed going up the stairs. I'll show the room specifically. I've told this story before. But he hadn't saved since, like, pre-Water Temple. Like, a long-ass time. I don't know why. But, yeah, he did not finish that run. Just because at that point he was like, screw it. And there's boss key. I knew that's what it would be because that was the only thing left. Which means, technically, as long as I had access to the medallions, I could have gotten through. The only thing I would have needed after that was basically the light arrows. That was my own fault right there. That was dumb. And that takes care of salt. Let's take care of pepper. I do like the designs of the black and white armor. Looks really cool. I could use some arrows, that's about it. Yeah, good on everything else, except for Bombchu, but the Bombchu served me very well early game when I could not find bombs, which was almost my entire fault. This was the room the game crashed, by the way, was this specific spot. Yeah, it was my own fault for not getting the bombs, for not playing that magic bean in the graveyard. Had I done that, I would have gotten them way earlier. Alright, what's the joke line? Because these always have a joke line, or almost always. Looks like it's time for a round of tennis. Yeah, sure does. That's exactly what it looks like. One of the hints that I got in a previous run, where I didn't set all the hints to be serious of, like, actually giving me help, one of them was, like, they say that Ganondorf's gonna be in the next Mario Tennis game. It's like, yeah, sure. Whatever you say, bud. Guess what I forgot to equip? Yeah, I think it says a rainbow. Nice. Yep, no sweat. And one of the other settings you can turn on is to get the actual, like, proper blood, as opposed to the vomit. That was in the 1.0 that they changed. Raise the roof! Raise it! And again, if you were here at the beginning, well, for one, thanks for sticking around this long. I don't know why you did, with how slow this went. But yeah, I skipped the chase sequence in that as well. Just a little busy work and nothing to be gained by doing it. Same with the stealth sequence in Kid Link to get to Zelda. sorry I couldn't help. It's fine. Honestly, I feel like that fight probably is better without the L targeting, just in general. Like, if it was an option, I probably wouldn't use it. I like using the L to get the overhead swing, like the the vertical swing, but I don't know if I'd want him targeted specifically. The game crashed. Beautiful. Alright, you know what? I think that's perfect. We'll end it there. It could not be better unless the game crashed. Beautiful. I mean, we knew that there was not going to be any issue in beating Ganon. Let's be real. How freaking fitting the game crashed right at the end. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I don't know, do people want to watch the ending or nah? Like, because, I mean, I could show off the Deku Nut thing. That's about it. Now I am glad I saved, though. All those years of secondhand trauma have come back to use. I am reloading it for the record right now. Just give me a second. I'm just gonna put him back here. I mean, I can fight him again. It's not that big a deal. Why does my magic bar look different? That's odd. I'm gonna reload this, actually, very quickly. I don't know why it's doing that. Just long enough to be able to get this to cooperate. Oh, I think I see the problem. Let me close that. Oop, nope, that's not it. Plus, the credits will give me an excuse to, like, look at the log and see what else there was. Which there wasn't much we missed, honestly. It would mostly be looking through the water and fire temples, I guess, to see what was in there. Nope, I guess my health bar, or my magic bar is just gonna look off. For whatever reason. Okay, that's fine. Whoa, Nelly. I don't want to get attacked by those, thanks. Not in the mood for baddie bats. Well, if nothing else, it's a good reminder to save often. And thankfully I did so. I wonder if it probably won't change the ending line. My guess is it would probably be the same. For the record, though, if you do decide to fight Ganondorf and do not have the light arrows, he will actually tell you where they are in the world. So if you, like, genuinely are stumped in where they are, that might be a good idea if you have access to Ganondorf. To at least see if you can get an idea. I don't remember how specific his hint is, but I do know that for a fact that he does do that. Alright. Back to full health. In case it crashes again, I'd really rather not do that a third time. Alright, there we go.
That was pretty funny, though. I've never seen the game crash right there, specifically. Usually it's kind of obvious why, of like, yeah, there was too much loading at once, but, like, that was a pre-rendered cutscene, so... Yeah, that's still the same. That wasn't anything I did specifically, that was just the game being like, nah. Maybe we'll get to see him do his other attack, too. That's always possible. I watched somebody play this a couple weeks ago, and he did that attack, and they were like, I've never seen him do that before. I'm like, no, he's always been able to do that. That's not a randomizer thing. He's always had that move. I think, like, with a lot of bosses, it's one of those, like, he's prone to doing it more often when he's at low health. But, like, that's pretty much it. Otherwise, he just does it whenever he feels like doing it, I guess. Okay, yeah, that was all on me. I went way too early on that. They're not interested in throwing them off. There we go, done. Yeah, I could see how somebody could potentially one-cycle him using that little crouch stab technique. He was only one hit away with it. Though since he was only one hit away, I was kind of surprised he didn't do it, but... Again, I don't know what triggers that. It's just from experience, it seems to be more likely that it occurs when he's at low health. Same with the Twin Rover thing of not firing 3 spells, but 2 or 1, and then switching to a different off spell. It's finally over. Yep, thanks, Frodo. I doubt this is related, and there will be no way to actually prove it, but just on the off chance. I'm probably not even going to be using these, but still. Because it crashed when he lit up, I think is when it was. Like, as he was transforming when all the light blue little pixels popped up. Which I finished the game on this laptop before, so I know that's not, like, the be-all, end-all. There we go. Getting text to Ganon. Randomizing the boss name calling was also not in there, but for some reason in the rando, at least on mine, every time I played it, those little things only pop up for Ganon and Ganondorf, not for anybody else. Which is fine, I guess, it's just a bit weird. Alright, so when he knocks away the Master Sword, for the record, these are your options. Big Goron Sword will damage him. Megaton Hammer will damage him. The light arrows will damage him, which of course you will have for sure, even in a rando you have to. And last but not least, yes, the Deku Nuts do damage him. They're actually quite easy to use because as long as you get / stay behind him in any capacity, you don't really have to aim that much. Like, that was way off and it still got him. But from what I've been told, these all do the same damage. All 4 of those methods, Big Goron, Hammer, Light Arrow, and Deku Nuts. The only thing that does more damage is the Master Sword, which you don't have in that first phase. jump attacks do more either. That's just a guess. Also, you don't want to aim with the sword. Quick spinning is your friend, for sure. Yep. Probably won't allow the Megaton Hammer for the final strike, huh? Does it allow me to switch the big Koroks? Well, that'd be kind of funny. Nope, leaving the big... Okay, so it has to be the Master Sword. That's kind of a bummer. Oh well. That is the game. So as the credits roll through, let's see, what items did we miss? I think the only things we missed were those 3 heart pieces and, oh, I just had it in my head. Now I can't remember what I was going to say. The 3 heart piece. Oh, the Deku Stick upgrade. The other Deku Stick upgrade. That's what it was. And I actually do remember where one of the heart pieces was, because we got the hint for it, and I just decided not to go for it. So, of those 3, one of them was doing the frogs with all the non-warp songs. That was one of the 3. So very quickly, I'm going to pull up the cheat sheet and see where the other ones were. So, one of them, right here, the Fire Temple Scarecrow chest. That was the other Deku Stick one. Another piece of heart was the highest Goron chest in the Fire Temple. So that's the second one. And I'm going to look at the Water Temple because I'm willing to bet that last one is probably somewhere in there. Yep, there it is. It was Morpho's heart container. That was the last piece of heart. That was it. Those were all the things we were missing. So yes, all that was left for items, not counting Skulltula tokens, was all in the Fire or Water Temple. I have seen the end of, like, specifically this randomizer. Again, it tragically doesn't, like, run any of your totals or anything like that of, like, oh, this is when you picked up the Ocarina of Time, this is when you picked up, like, the Spirit Medallion or whatever, like, you know, key items. Hopefully they'll, like, add that at some point, because they have been adding stuff. It's just been, like, pretty relatively early on in development, so there's not too many things to fiddle with. There's still, like, a good chunk of stuff. And I can go ahead and show that, too. Again, it'll be small on my screen, but I showed all these specific things for it. There's also the cosmetics, so you can do, like, your hearts, your magic meter, your minimap and compass, the title cards, which is the boss title cards, and the entering new areas like Kokiri Forest, Goron City, wherever. What's the miscellaneous ones? Oh, rupees,
Stone of Agony, small key, icon colors. You can use the N64 or GameCube schemes or do a custom one. You can change how the colors look on the HUD, your items and skills, which is why the arrows look different colors. Here's the rainbow color for the light arrows. Your NPCs, this is Navi, and if she's idle or targeting something, whether it's an enemy or the scarecrow, whatnot. The dogs, or the colors here, you can do custom colors for the keys. Here's the file select and text colors. All the margins for the different positions of your stuff. There are cheats. I didn't enable any of these other than the fireproof Deku shield, but I did that from the start, and that was more for quality of life. Shield with Big Goron sword or two-handed weapons. Drops don't despawn. Freezes time of day. Use any item at any location. Easy infinite sword glitch. Every tunic has all the effects. You have fireproof and drown proof. You can hover and /float in the air. Climb every surface in the game. Allows you to walk through walls. Infinite money, health, ammo, magic, Nera's love, or Epona boost. Can enhance the gameplay with time savers. This is primarily what I use, is to speed up King's Aura, which I feel anyone has the right to do. The Vine and Ladder climb speed. You can do fast Ocarina playbacks. The songs are fast. The drops are... you skip the first pickup messages. The chests are the kick open rather than doing the animation. Majora's Mask bunny hood. The Skulltulas don't freeze you. You can push the blocks faster. Navi doesn't have to talk to you. The owl doesn't have to talk to you. Visual Stone of Agony. You can equip the tunic and boots to C buttons, so you don't have to go in your menu every time, which makes the water temple much better. Count the golden Skulltulas, so you don't have to open your window when you kill one, you can just know. Pull graves during the day. Allows the cursor on the pause menu to be over any slot. Passage of time on file select, enable. You can show the guard's vision if you're doing that specific spot of it. You can do the cow race. You can disable draw distance or level of detail. You can skip the text by holding down a button. Free camera. Obviously there's your controller inputs, graphical resolution, so yeah, a couple different languages to work with. Yeah. A few bug fixes here. Yeah, here we go. I should probably turn that one on. Fixes the 4-stage Deku Nut upgrade from becoming unobtainable after getting the Poacher Saw. Yeah, that's the glitch in the main game. Oh, you can reflect Anubis' fireballs. Never knew that, but I didn't let Anubis actually ever do anything in any of my runs, because you can kill him pretty easy. I don't know if there's anything I missed, but I think that is largely it. Yeah, other than that one crash, it ran totally fine. It will do that, like, once in a blue moon. Like, it probably crashes, like, if you're doing a run that's about this time, like, time-wise, it will probably crash once, maybe twice, but it doesn't crash too terribly often. I don't find that being a frequent issue. Unless it's something like, wow, you triggered way too many graphics at once, and the system was not prepared for that. Like I mentioned, with activating multiple sun switches at the same time, stuff like that, where that's not supposed to happen. But, you know, aside from stuff like that, it doesn't tend to have an issue. It was largely a good build, and this was a lot of fun to play. This was a nice time killer for my day, because I did not have much to do. But I also wanted to get a stream in before. I've been on vacation, but I'm going to actually be out of state pretty soon here. So I wanted to at least get one stream in. We are still doing Walking Dead, and we will finish that It has been downloaded on my computer. I just need a time where Icarus is free because, well, I can say this because I don't work there. Her boss is completely stupid and needs to hire more people, and he doesn't realize that he needs to hire more people. They went from needing to be on call probably 3 days in a row every other month to now they're on call for an entire week every other week. So she basically has like a day off, maybe 2 days off every 2 weeks. She gets my schedule, is what I'm saying. So, yeah. Not the, he's not the sharpest tool in the shed. He's, yeah, not too terribly bright. But the good news is she did get a raise recently, which was very well deserved, especially considering it was a case of they had hired new people for other positions that do less work than her that got paid more than her, and then she said, hey, why are we doing that? And they didn't have a good reason to refute that, so they had no reason to not give her a raise. So that was a plus. But yes, we'll get back to this soon. Get back to Walking Dead soon. Next project will be... I already know what we're doing for next project. Again, I'm very excited for that when we get around to it. And I might do another one of these. I might make it a little bit harder, but stuff like Key Sanity is not yet enabled, but I might make it a little bit harder. Maybe don't have the Kokiri sword or something like that. Maybe don't have the Ocarina, but for now, this is where the screen ends. There's no getting past or around this. So let's see if anybody is actually anybody's actually still awake and streaming. Mr. Bishop might be, but I doubt it. Yeah, it was almost 100% inventory speed. Or seed, rather. Alright, let's see. No, there's not a lot of people. I guess, yeah. Where are you, Jeff? What's Jeff doing? I have no idea what this is. But Jeff's always a good person to watch. He does nice, casual stuff. So if you're planning on sticking around later throughout the night, I don't know about y'all, but I'm going to be mostly going to bed. But if y'all need something to stick around and need a nice chill place, Jeff is a good one to go. And if not Jeff, Youngtown, if he's ever streaming. YUNGTOWN. Super chill guy, does some phenomenal music. I recommend looking him up on YouTube as well. Cannot recommend him enough. But thank you all for watching. I will see y'all when I see you. Like I said, we'll mostly be on vacation, but thank you for watching, and you can check all my social media links below to get info on when I might stream next. Discord's probably your best bet, but I do send out tweets and Facebook messages as well. But Discord's what most people use, so... Oh, who knows? See y'all later.